Let's see. This is the 1-minute warning. We will ask for a volunteer scribe soon, so be prepared for your moment of silence. So here's my agenda. Here's my agenda. It's now 1:30. You have a good long lunch break. There's announcement of a probable change of plans tomorrow. The chairs of RTC Web have indicated that they probably will not fill up their entire time slot from 8:30 till 12:30 tomorrow. And instead of giving you a 2-hour lunch break, which I'm sure you would all appreciate, they have offered to let us use some of that time for a pop-up session of the Media Capture Task Force to go over some suggestions that have come up in all those coffee breaks. They're saying that the most useful property of face-to-face meetings is coffee breaks. I think we're just proving the principle. So today's schedule is a coffee break. Sorry. We got two big topics of technology and one big topic of management. That is doohickeys, error handling, and schedule. But first, a couple of practical items. Do we have a volunteer scribe for the Jabber room? Yeah, IRC. Sorry, wrong meeting. Moment of silence goes longer. Okay, my co-chair has offered to start scribing. Second, is there any objection to approving the minutes of the previous meeting of this group? Hearing none, they are approved. And then over to our regular scheduled business. Justin, you have a doohickey. Your chances of being in the picture are bigger if you stay around the desk.
Check, check. Check, check, check. Okay, on to the objects formerly known as doohickeys. Now refer to them henceforth via their actual names. RTP sender and RTP receiver. Next slide. Okay, so in discussing this on the list, there was some general consensus around the actual concept of doohickeys, and then some other things that were not as well understood or agreed upon. I'm going to go over what I hope will be the uncontroversial parts first. Next. Okay, so the reason we're having this discussion at all is investigating the API we found there is not a good place to make settings on a per track basis to control how they're actually encoded and sent over the wire. In two of the things that were identified as specific things that people want to be able to do, that we could not do with any of the existing API services was to be able to control things like the maximum bit rate that should be spent on a track. For example, people who want to send it in, super, high quality, or in a conference situation, more of a thumbnail, more of a client quality. We had no API service to do that. Also, the ability to say, put this call on hold, say it should be send only, receive only. We could do it by munging SDP, but we did not have an API service to actually make that work. And the reason why we didn't have an API service is that the previously defined things were either not track specific, such as things like the create offer params or the parameters passed to the peer connection constructor. They are not modifiable once you set them, such as the parameters for add stream, or they apply to the wrong object. Various things could be frobbed on MediaStream track, but MediaStream track generates raw frames. It does not generate RTP packets. And so it is upside down to have things that, in fact, the encoding to actually be set on the MediaStream track. And this also keeps like a nice layering that the MediaStream track is in its, is independent of peer connection and just deals with raw media, whereas peer connection deals with actual encodings. Next. So this just kind of spells it out in graphic detail. Peer connection is a box. It has multiplicity 1. If you have multiple tracks, there's no way to get a surface to frob those things independently. Now, we solved this for stats. For stats, we can get access in information on every single object in the overall peer connection. And basically, we've created an entire object model within stats. So one might ask, why can't we have that as a direct API programming model? Next slide. So let's just do that. Let's expose objects for these things that we actually want to be able to configure and read things from. And so we introduced the concept of RTC, RTP sender, an object that takes a MediaStream track and turns that into packets, and an RTC, RTP receiver that takes in packets and turns it into a single MediaStream track. These objects are one-to-one with MediaStream tracks. And so if you want to frob things on a specific track, you have an object that allows you to do exactly that. Now, one thing that's really important, and I'm going to come back to this later, is that just because these work on a single track, that does not mean they only emit a single RTP stream. And so the reason why this is interesting is in the concept of things like unified plan, we talked about simulcast and other types of things of being one track coming in, one track going out, but possibly multiple encodings of that track on the wire. An RTP sender, has the right object model, the right multiplicities to allow for this. It may not be in scope for 1.0, but we have the right sort of infrastructure in place to do this for the future.
Magnus Westland, a comment. It's not only the simulcast, it's also RTP retransmission, FEC, etc. might generate multiple SSRCs out of one of these.
Excellent points. Next slide. So here is the new sort of object model with the doohickeys. And the peer connection now exposes out the side this RTP sender object. This is created for you internally by the peer connection, owned by the peer connection. But now you can get access to it, you can get down to it, and actually manipulate the actual encoding properties on the sender. Indicated in gray are some other things we might also want to expose, and I'll come back to that later. Next. So, getting access to the RTP sender and receiver. The easiest way to work with this is that when you add a track, you get back an object that basically is the sender for that track. When you get a remote stream, previously you would get a on-add stream callback. Now we can give you an on-add track callback, and in the event for the add track, you get back the track, stream it's associated with, as well as the actual RTP receiver object. So now you have the ability to get access to these objects as easily as you did the streams and tracks before, And if you want to get access to all of them, you now can have methods like get senders, get receivers that can give you back all the senders or receivers on a given peer connection. Now, I think the model is much simpler, if we say add a track, get back a sender. Then if we had something where we say add a stream, now you get back a couple senders, or you have to go query them by calling get senders. So this sort of suggests that we ought to replace the stream APIs we have on peer connection with the track-specific APIs. And I think this makes it overall clearer what is actually going on. There are a few sort of things that have to happen in order to make this work, but none of these are significant, as I'll detail in the next slides.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. The discussion that we had at the China TPAC suggested that we wanted to do this sort of thing anyway, switch to a track-oriented underlying mechanism rather than a stream-oriented mechanism, and using the add stream API as a way of essentially shortcutting that whole process, more or less as a polyfill on top of this, was something that I think got a lot of support, unless...
Yeah, I'm hoping that all this stuff is kind of like apple pie here at this point. You know? So I'm just restating it just for making sure that we all have agreement on these points. Moving on. So there are a few things that have to be dealt with as part of this move. Most of the actual replacements are fairly straightforward. They work pretty much the way you would expect. Remove stream, instead of, if it's polyfilled in JavaScript, basically iterates through and calls remove track on each specific track that's in the stream. It's a little more complicated for the add track case, and I'll talk about that now. Next slide. So the reason why is that we've sort of decided that a track can be part of multiple streams. So what should actually be communicated to the remote side to indicate these relationships? Should you be able to reconstruct the exact same object model on the remote side as you have on the local side? And just to be clear, this really isn't specific to this design. We already kind of have this problem of what should happen if you add stream on the current API, do an offer answer exchange, and then do an add track on that stream that you've added. If we say you have to have the exact same object model, then that sort of almost implies that you then have to do an offer answer to then communicate the fact that, oh, okay, there's now been a new track added to this stream. So there are a couple things that we can do here. We could just punt entirely and say, all tracks are added independently, they're all transmitted independently, and if the application wants to ensure they're synchronized, it can transmit that in some out-of-band signaling. We could do the full model where we say, you add tracks, if you do any groupings or changes to the groupings, you take a track that was in one stream, you move it to another stream, that then requires an offer answer to then send that bit to the other side so it can then make that same jump for its object model.
So can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Ted Hardy speaking. So just in this case, it's, let's say that we start out with an association between two endpoints that's audio only, and one of them decides to start sending video. If we're doing everything, in that case, there's a full new offer answer exchange. It's not just the case if somebody says, hey, your video, which was previously part of this, is now also part of a different stream that's going to a recording device. But it needs a full offer answer for the simple baseline case of I'm adding video to my previously existing audio call.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, and so the second case, which is, hey, I already was watching the video, but now I'm also going to send it to the stream that I'm sending to the recorder, would get exactly the parallel treatment in that case.
Well, let me give you a more specific case that you're transmitting audio and video that are synchronized, and suddenly they're in the same media stream.
Right.
And suddenly you want them to be unsynchronized. And so on the local side, you pull the video out. You don't disconnect that track, but you put it into a different media stream that's separate from the audio stream. And the question is, well, on the remote side, should that suddenly generate, should that generate an on negotiation needed, create offer answer sequence? And on the remote side, you get a indication that, oh, now you have a new media stream, and that tracks jumped from the first media stream to the second media stream.
Well, lip sync's going to make that a whole lot easier. No, I don't. Okay, well, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, so I'm not a huge fan of all this stuff because it really is complex, but I'm tending to think that we need to address the everything case. The one case that I was kind of concerned with here was, say you have that audio only case and someone's added a video track to that media stream. What does the current API do in that case? Does that fire an on negotiation needed?
To be honest, I don't think we've really beat the bushes on this one enough to really know what ought to happen. I'm pretty sure in the implementations that does not happen.
I think that sort of speaks to a potential way out if you want to reduce the complexity in some way. But I think the basic thing we've signed on to here is that the media streams and their configuration on sender side is the same as the media streams and their configuration on the receiver side. And that's the basic contract we've signed on for. And that means, unfortunately, everything.
And I'll jump in here because I can't see the queue. I'll note that if right now to add a video track to an audio only stream, it would have to fire on negotiation needed because we'd need to do ICE and everything else.
Right. So I mean that's not the point that's controversial. The point is that if you already have existing streams that are being transmitted and you try to regroup them, what should happen?
So this is Adam Roach. I'm on the same page as Martin here. We've got, I mean, you said that this manipulation was done so that they would no longer be in sync or, the other direction. And that has to be communicated to the other side, right? The way that we're communicating this sort of stuff right now is SDP, and we have semantics for doing this. So yeah, it's a little bit ugly, but it's not impossible.
Well, the question is, do we consider it in scope? I mean, is this operation of being able to desynchronize media streams in mid-call something that we explicitly want to support or not? Because it's going to add, work and complexity.
So are you just questioning the change, or are you questioning the ability to actually communicate the synchronization in the first place?
Well, I'm saying there's a few things we can actually do. I'm saying that there are various positions we can take, that everything has to be communicated. We could say nothing is going to be communicated, and that's a application decision. We could say something in between, which is perhaps the initial configuration needs to be communicated, but we don't necessarily have to do every hoop jump, communicate that to the other side.
Numbers 2 and 3 just have really bad properties with legacy equipment.
I guess I'm not really sure I buy that, given that some of these things are sort of manufactured use cases.
Well, I was actually just going to try and clarify a way of thinking about the problem. I was going to argue one way or another something, which is, if we deleted one stream, or if we deleted one track from one stream, waited a while, obviously some signaling would happen to the other side. And then a little bit later, we added a new track to a different stream, some more signaling would happen, and we'd be in some state. Now, if we want to combine that add and delete to effectively have a move operation, I think at the end of the move operation, we should be in the same state as if we had done an add and a delete, or delete and an add, right? I think that's what we're going to get around to here in the end, so that I think most of these questions will be answered by, well, do you signal that at all to the other side? And on most of these things we're talking about, the answer is probably yes. And on some things, the answer we probably chose no, right? Or, we've said that there's, that you need to know that a given data channel is being used for specific game moves is not something, that's something we said goes over some other out-of-band mechanism, right? It's not like we signal everything, but I think that should be sort of our litmus test for how to solve this.
Yeah, so when you pull the show me the use case thing, I think that's not quite the right approach to be thinking about this, and I think this is the way to think about it. Is we have certain starting conditions and end conditions we want to get to, and we have to be able to meet this contractual obligation. Now, if you're suggesting that perhaps we want to, renege on that contract and come up with something that gives a lesser guarantee, I think that would surprise people, and I think that's probably a bad idea.
Justin, you have described the two extremes now, just sending tracks and synchronizing everything, but isn't the current proposal something in between that we haven't got to yet?
Well, yeah, well, I wanted to drain the queue first, but I mean, I sort of pointed out what I consider the extreme positions to now offer my moderate position, well, there's some support for the extreme positions, so. Anyway, we can return to this. So what I'm...
sorry, Scribe interrupting because I put myself in the queue, and I wanted to say I'm in support of the signal nothing solution, okay, because that makes things much simpler. And
so you have support for both extremes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me try to bridge a compromise here. What I'm suggesting is that we allow tracks to be indicated, we allow tracks to indicate what stream they want to be part of when we add them, and then that becomes like a grouping that exists for synchronization purposes. But once a track is added, is basically in, that stream is the only grouping that it is in. If you want to actually, change it to a different stream, a different grouping, you have to remove and re-add it. And I'm not aware of cases where you would actually do this. I can certainly imagine the cases that we need to support, like audio and video are synchronized, screen share goes on its own thing. That will still work with what I'm proposing.
So are you proposing that, would you allow someone to add the same track twice with different streams and just take the last one?
No, what I'm currently proposing is that if you add a track that's already been added, it's an error saying I've already added that.
Okay. Oh.
I mean, first one wins. Why don't we go to the next slide?
Clear question about that one. So if you cloned a track and then added it twice, would you get, it's a different track, you wouldn't get an error.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, if you clone the track at which end?
Then local side.
Okay, but the previous functionality, as I understood it, was that if I sent a track, I could have it be part of multiple streams without sending multiple copies. So I could send a track that went both to the video and to the recorder without sending two copies over the wire. Well, they're at the same destination, but they're different peer connections. Well,
whoa,
okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
if they're in the same peer connection, but they're going to two different places, like I have you both as a small panel and as the main screen, or both as a main screen and some other capture device that was all one track, but showing up in multiple streams before. That was functionality that was previously present. Under this proposal, is that retained or not?
I don't think we ever had provisions for actually sending, a track that was cloned or anything as. Yeah, I mean, once you receive it, you can pipe it wherever.
So Ted's talking about a case where you actually have the same track in multiple streams, and the reason that it exists in multiple streams is an application convenience. You might be using this particular stream for the purposes of displaying something, and this one goes to a media recorder, or this one goes to web audio, for instance. And they are fundamentally the same track that's hitting the peer connection. And though you might have added 3 streams, you only send one of them over the network because that saves bytes.
Yeah, you have 3 streams, but the same track that occurs in all 3 only occurs once across bytes on the network, right? But the thing that's important about that is that the streams may be, like, say I have 2 videos and an audio in one of the streams. So there's 3 tracks in one stream and only 2 tracks in another. Just one of the videos and one audio. So you wouldn't have to resend the audio and video that are the subset of the other stream because you've already sent those tracks. They're just in 2 streams. And I believe that maybe I'm wrong about this, but I thought that was functionality that had been agreed to. And I want to be clear first whether I just got that wrong, or 2, whether if it was present before, whether we're losing it.
I'll jump in. We definitely discussed this, and my understanding was that we actually worked on designs and how we did C names and everything else, specifically with that use case in mind. I remember discussions.
Well, for C names, we kind of said that a peer connection will have a single C name. So I'm not sure we ever. Well, first of all, I'm not sure this actually is affected by this. I think that if you want to have a media stream that's going to be sent to the recorder that has some subset of your media streams or some overlapping set that are actually sending to the peer connection, I think that's entirely fine, because the only stuff that's going to the peer connection needs to indicate what is the grouping for synchronization that the remote side should have of those streams. And so even if you have stream 1 that is the one that goes to the peer connection and has A, B, and D tracks, and then you have stream 2, which goes to the recorder, which has B, C, and D tracks, the only thing the peer connection has to care about is stream 1, which has A, B, and D.
I think the use case we were discussing is where both streams went over the same peer connection to the far end, and they had different subsets of tracks with some overlap. That was the case that was being discussed.
So may I comment, Magnus Westlund? My understanding what's gone on in the ITF discussion around this was that we came to the conclusion that each new media stream track required a new RTP stream. And as long as it's the same media stream track in multiple media streams, they can reuse the same thing. And the things that happens is when you start applying different properties, then you probably need to have different media stream tracks. And that's what cloning for.
Yeah.
I want to see more slides. Okay, so Justin, I want a real quick clarification about what you're trying to accomplish by doing the middle way. Is this an API simplification, or like you think it's gonna be less processing generating the SDP, or is it just fewer messages across the wire? What are you optimizing here?
So I'm optimizing for, what is the mental model that needs to be understood for how media streams interact with a peer connection or the RTP sender. And specifically, what should happen if you have a media stream track that's been added to a sender, you've created a sender for media stream track, and then you do something to add that to like another media stream. Do you now need to have signaling? If you're going to send that to a recorder or something as well, does that now need to be signaled to the other side?
So my opinion is I disagree with the initial arguments that were made for the extreme case where we synchronize all of the media streams. I would say we should go the other route, and the JavaScript is indicating what tracks need to be sent, and then whatever grouping it wants to do on the sender receive side is up to it. Well, I think what Justin is going to explain is that there's a little bit of convenience that can be added for the 90% case, and then for the more advanced, complicated cases, the JavaScript can handle it. But trying to keep everything synchronized all the time is just like a complexity explosion.
But I think what we're optimizing for is actually trying to have the stream concept as much as possible, as much as an application concept as possible. But we're making it easy to polyfill the old stuff by actually providing a stream for a track that's being sent. So there's one synchronization context that's being transported to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, specifically what I want to accomplish is to allow applications to indicate, the synchronization groupings that MediaStream provides, but not have to basically have the entire dependency of media streams and tracks necessarily mirrored on both sides.
Exactly, because that could be a headache for us to synchronize everything. If someone does a small operation on one side, it could be, okay, that stream has moved, and yeah.
It's not even clear it's relevant.
No.
I mean, that if you have a local recorder in a pure connection, the things that you do on the local recorder, it's not clear that those things should have to be mirrored to the remote side.
I think we would be fine by only tracks would only be like tracks, and you would have to, I mean, media streams would be up to the application, but then it would be harder to polyfill. So.
Right, and I think there would be, if you have a behavior change, like, yeah, it'd be harder to polyfill. Like, you couldn't keep the exact same behavior you have now. Like, if you just plug in the stream you get from GUM, that audio and video is synchronized on the remote side. Like, if that doesn't work out of the box, I don't think that's good.
So again, I'm just trying to clarify here and make sure I understand. So let's say the MSID is in the SDP. I understand this goes back to a previous conversation. We're not exactly sure what MSID looks like, but let's imagine there's MSID in the SDP that tells you for a given track effectively which stream it's in that we're sent. So in the case where you did something like this with add with null, you would just not have anything in the SDP for that side, so there'd be no change for the SDP, so there'd be no need to do the on negotiation needed to synchronize the SDP. Is that sort of what you're thinking?
If you do null, I think there's an open question as to whether we generate, an ID on the sender side or we generate one on the receive side, because it has to be part of some stream.
I see, right.
But whether that's sender generated or receiver generated is, I guess, TBD. It's just a implementation detail, I think. But yeah.
I mean, I guess as long as it's going to be a change. I mean, if it's something that changes the SDP, the idea that sometimes when we do information, it gets communicated to the other side, and other times it doesn't, just seems like really hard to deal with.
Well, I try to make it concrete here with this add track thing, where you specify exactly what you want to include, basically what the grouping is, and that is exactly what will go into the SDP. That when you add a track, you're basically going to say, hey, I'm going to generate an M section for this track that has been added,
right.
And I'm also going to specify the grouping that will exist for this track that I've added with any other tracks that I have previously added. And so
right.
That's the information that goes into the SDP. And I think that's pretty easy to sort of follow, that if I add this track and I say it's part of grouping X, then like some stuff will go into SDP saying this is now grouped with the other tracks that also have grouping X. And if it's grouping Y, it'll be, there'll be some correlator, whether it's the lip sync group or the media stream sec, that'll then associate with Y. And I think that's what you need in order to build applications that do what you want.
Okay, and that when you've done that, then there'll be an on renegotiation needed, and that would get sent to the far side so that they could.
Well, I mean, there has to be on negotiation needed anytime you add a track.
Okay.
And I'm saying like
right.
the only time like that stuff even happens, like the establishment of a synchronization context, is only when you do an add track. Like there's no way to then say like I'm taking this stream and I'm like pulling it from like stream X, or taking this track and pulling it from stream X to stream Y. I'm not convinced that's even like a real world use case. And I think it simplifies it all down to you add a track, you specify what group it's in, by virtue of this media stream grouping, and off you go.
Okay, I think I'm getting it.
Yeah, I get it. I don't necessarily agree with it. I'm usually the person standing here arguing for a change to the API and getting a whole lot of opposition to what is essentially something that would break the existing API in interesting ways. And here I am arguing that we should be keeping it, so it feels a little weird, but I think this is something that is effectively maximally surprising to an application that's using this API. And I think the only reason we're doing this is for two fairly marginal benefits. One, to take the cardinality from 0 to n, which we currently have, down to 0 to 1. So every track is potentially belonging to, actually it's 1 to n right now, isn't it? So every track belongs to between 1 and n streams currently. You're suggesting that we can have tracks that exist without streams, and I think this is perfectly valid, and I don't think there's an invariant that says that they can't exist without a stream. It's just they're not very useful without one. You can always add them to a stream yourself if you find that to be necessary. And the other property that you're looking for is this immutability property that you're describing here, which is that once you've described a track as belonging to a particular stream, that property can't change without you actually making a fairly radical change by ripping the stream out again and putting it back, ripping the track out again and putting it back in again. And I think perhaps we could avoid all those issues by going to the 0 to n cardinality, retaining the existing capability, and simply not having on negotiation needed fire in the event that someone plays around with the grouping semantics. I don't know.
So let me just make sure I understand what you're saying, that if I have a track and it's part of stream A, stream B, and stream C, we would communicate all that stuff in SDP somehow, and then on the remote side, when this track was added, it would get an on-add track event, and that would, basically indicate A, B, and C equivalents on the remote side that this track is contained within.
So I think you would have to have on-add stream at that point. And this is the reason that you have the sort of 0 to 1 cardinality is so that you can exclusively have this on-add track event being the only event that's of any real import, where we have this additional layer of groupings and semantics that are at the stream layer that's not really very well supported by that.
Well, I mean, on that track could certainly indicate a sequence of streams. I mean,
Yeah,
that's not an issue. That. I mean, I don't think
prefer not to have that event know about things that are essentially at a higher layer to it from a sort of architectural perspective. I think you want to. I would prefer, if as much as possible, add streams and all the stream-related APIs knew about tracks, but the track-related APIs effectively didn't.
Well, if a stream can be a property of multiple, or a track can be a property of multiple streams, then the track needs to have an API indicating what streams it's in. It's effectively a tag as opposed to a stream being a container. So I don't think there's any way around that problem if we adopt that invariant that a track can be part of multiple streams.
Adopt that invariant? I mean, that is the property that we have already.
Well, we don't have a mechanism right now for a track to indicate that it can be part of multiple, or understand which streams it can be in, but it seems like that's something we would want to add.
There's no way to navigate from a track instance to find the streams that it belongs to, and I don't actually have a particular problem with that. I've never found it to be an issue in practice. So
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that we've changed the mental model for stream being a container of tracks that live in a single stream to sort of being a label or a context that's associated with a given track.
I wasn't actually thinking we'd need to change any of the model at all.
Well,
but
yeah, I think originally we had a different understanding of this, but I'm not even sure all that's even all that relevant to this current discussion. The question, the fundamental question that I think that exists is that if you have a track and it's part of stream A on the local side, and it's also part of stream B, because it's being, stream B is perhaps the one that's being sent to a recorder, and stream A is, the one that we're using for the peer connection, do we create shadow streams A and B on the remote side, or just A, the one that comes from the peer connection? And I'm advocating that it should be A, because the B one just seems like irrelevant.
So I think that you gave a pretty good answer.
Right, Mike just died.
It just died. Okay. And I think in the IRC there was a pretty good answer that one of the other things we wanted to optimize for was transmission, right? We want to transmit as little as possible and get as much functionality.
And invent as little stuff as possible.
Right. And so I think one way to kind of boil down what it is you're trying to optimize for is maybe the previous thing allowed you to do 1 to n. So a track was part of 1 or n streams, but the reality was in most cases it was mostly part of 1. And the number of cases where it moved from that one to another one was a small enough number that optimizing for it didn't make sense, right?
Sure.
and I think that I agree with that. And one way to do what I think you're talking about is to ask yourself one other question: is like, does the application know in advance whether that's going to be the case or not? Because I think if it does, then your semantics actually make a lot of sense, because what you can then say is, hey, if the application is aware that it's got one of these kind of 90% rule applications, a track's going to be part of just that one stream, and it's going to pay the penalty if it's moving from one stream to another of taking it out of the first one with an explicit remove and add. I think that works. And I think that you can then take up what Stefan is saying, that if you've got one that doesn't behave that way, and you want to hand this to the application to control, instead you say each track is a single, each stream is a single track stream. And you do the bundling of the streams into your context using some higher layer semantic that's signaled over the top. And I think if you do that, you kind of get the best of the two worlds you want, because you say, okay, I get the common case with the current semantics pretty much as they are. It's easy to backfill something that's already behaving that way. And I have this over-the-top mechanism for something that wants to behave this differently.
Exactly.
And I think one thing you lose, and I think we need to be kind of explicit about losing it, is you lose the ability to decide this on the fly. The application has to decide it before it starts sending the tracks across, because it needs to know whether it's sending them bundled into streams or whether it's going to send them one track per stream and use this other mechanism. But that's a pretty minor loss.
And just to be kind of specific on that point, when we talk about bundled into streams, we're talking about them being synchronized. Yes. And so we definitely want to be able to allow the application developer to control what tracks are synchronized. But synchronization doesn't seem like a dynamic property. You know, it seems like you have certain things that are occurring, in the same clock that you want to have be synchronized, and those things are sort of fundamental properties of the sources, that the audio and video need to arrive at the exact same time. If we have smell-o-vision, the smells might need to arrive at the exact same time. But if we have something like a presentation stream, like a screen share, that can go on its own synchronization context, so that that can move at its own rate. And I have in the example here in this slide, I indicate how one would sort of do audio and video synchronized, but the actual presentation share on its own synchronization context.
Hi, this is Adam Roach again, and I was talking to Peter back here while the other conversation was going on, and I think I've untangled that there are probably two different things that we're talking about, and we might be talking past each other as a consequence. Okay. So there's the concept of we have these streams that we've basically said I'm taking these tracks and adding to the stream, then I add the stream using this polyfill, and the tracks get added piecewise. And the question of whether if I add another track to that stream without touching the PC again, whether something happens. And I think I'm on the same page with you there. The answer is no. The other thing that you've said, though, is that when we have something in a synchronization context, the ability to move it is not present, and I'm very confused about that. And I think Cullen tried to talk on this, but he may have gone, he may have gone a little too high level. So functionally, if I have one of these things set up with 3 tracks, 2 streams, like you have up here, okay, and then I were to say, for whatever reason, I want to take this audio stream and pull it out of the PC. There's this audio track and pull it out of the PC. I'm going to get a non-negotiation needed, right? Mm-hmm. And if I were to re-add it to, let's imagine I had a stream on this desktop track, and I re-added it to that to the new stream that track is on, that the desktop track is on, I'm going to get another on-negotiation needed, right? Yes. And the consequent SDP is going to reflect that audio stream is now in a different, that audio track is now in a different stream than it was before, right?
Correct.
Okay, so functionally, I do have the ability to move these things as long as I am talking about the tracks to the PC. I think we are in agreement then.
Okay. And just to be clear, what will happen on the remote side in that case is it will see the first track end, and then a new track be created in the second media stream that will, have the audio.
Yeah, and I was going to say, kind of to a point you were making earlier, yeah, there are actually contexts where you might have things that are in a single synchronization context that you want to take out of that synchronization context because you want to relax them, right? An example might be like if I'm screen sharing something that is in fact moving video, and I'm using that as a moving video background to foreground video that I'm capturing with a different camera or something like that. I might want them synchronized, but then when that moving video stops and becomes fixed, or whether I drop that effect, I might no longer care that they're synchronized and I want to drop them. But I think in all of those cases, the application is going to know in advance, and it can use a higher layer bundling technique to do that. And it's definitely not the common case. So I think as long as you have that mechanism that lets you kind of fall back to what Stefan was talking about by saying, hey, anytime I want to use an application control, all I do is I do a single track per stream and then let them synchronize on the streams. I think you can actually do any of the complex ones with exactly what you already have and the application layer synchrony.
So one clarification question. So bundling does not mean synchronization, right? I can put 10 audio tracks and I don't want it to be synchronized. So, oh, sorry.
Right. For the context of this discussion, every time I heard bundling, I heard grouping. You know, so. So I think there's one important point that was made was that the reason we're having to deal with this is because of two issues. One being that a track-oriented API, no longer the previous API essentially passed in a container, the stream. You could then add things to that container, sort of post facto, and you'd expect that to have certain effects. Since this is now track-oriented, any additions to the peer connection are explicit through add track, and so polyfilling makes some of these things a little bit more interesting. Of what should the polyfill do if you add track to an existing stream that's been add streamed to the polyfill, and that can be left as like a implementation decision for the polyfill. And the second thing then is like how much stuff do we want to send over the wire? The stuff that I was previously sort of trying to address is what should we try to optimize for, and the mental model and the limited amount of stuff that we want to be able to exchange, is the goal there. So like we can return to this question of exactly what should the polyfill do, if we're all agreed upon the rest of the details, because I think not only is it an implementation decision for the polyfill, it's also something that hopefully has a finite lifetime as the need for the polyfill goes away over time. Okay, so just to recap, the proposal here is that add track takes a track, but it also takes a stream, an optional stream argument, and this perhaps should be indicated via optional as opposed to a default parameter, and the use of supplying the stream argument basically says put this into this synchronization, use this stream as the synchronization context, and the track of course has to be a member of that stream in order for this to actually work. But if the track is a member of multiple streams, this indicates which one will actually be used for the synchronization grouping. Okay, next slide. I do not think so.
You're right. So just the last slide. Why is a new stream created if none was provided? I see it as if I didn't provide a stream on the sender side, I don't want to stream on the receiver side either.
So yeah, I was debating those two possible options. One could just be have no stream, but then you're basically requiring, if the receiver has to have different code paths depending on whether or not the sender chose to put it in a stream or not. Because before I can stuff it in a video tag, it'll have to generate a stream for it.
I think an application would be going with the stream mode or not using streams. I mean, I don't think.
But I mean, if you have two different applications, one the sender and one the receiver, if the sender chose not to add any stream, the receiver now gets this naked track. It needs to know, hey, I might get a naked track and I need to generate a stream for it.
And it can test, it didn't get a stream, so it just creates one. So.
Pardon?
If it didn't get a stream, it can just create one. And it's like that. That's one if.
I mean, it certainly can, and it's like one line of code or 2 lines of code. So it's obviously not difficult. I'm just concerned that applications might not do it, and if they get a naked track, they might malfunction.
Yeah, I think it would be nicer to go with a mode with streams and a mode without streams, not a mode with half a stream on one side or something. So it's one stream on one side. instead of one stream at each side. There's no things that have.
Okay, I just want to make sure the last statement you said there, you can still add, I want to check, it's still possible to add a given track to 2 streams and have it be in the synchronization group of both of those streams.
So that's not what we're saying here. If that's something that we think is really important.
Well, that's something we always agreed was mandatory in all the discussions before about this, so it's a big change. I'm not.
So
I'm not sure I care, but.
Yeah, so I mean that starts to get into the thing of, well, now you can call add track twice and specify the 2 different streams, stream A the first time, stream B the second time, or have some sort of thing where you pass in a sequence of streams as part of the actual add track.
You can accomplish that on the receive side by adding the track to 2 streams on the receive side.
So yes, you can do that, but that's not going to generate the same signaling.
Yeah. Right. I mean, so yeah, I'm not trying to hide the fact this is a change. This is a change, but I think we're trying to adopt a simplification of what actually needs to be communicated.
So I mean, I think you have effectively at this point, I think the way I would describe this change is the proposal is really that a track can only be added to a single stream. Because it's all the stream is the synchronization context. That's really what we're getting
as far
to,
as like the view that's communicated from one peer connection side to the other, yes.
Right. But I mean, that's what's going on. Maybe just directly moving the model to be exactly that at every level in every way would be the right thing to do. And you could even have it if a track got added to a different stream, it was automatically removed from the other one or whatever. I don't care. Right? Well, but that's what he just proposed here.
What I didn't say that it automatically.
He didn't
moves.
say that, but that's what happens, right? It's only in one synchronization context, so it's out of the previous synchronization context, so it was instantly removed, right?
No. I mean, you add it in a synchronization context, and it continues in that synchronization context, ad infinitum.
No, but what you said was it couldn't be in 2.
Well, I add the stream. Sorry, right. I add the track. It's in stream A. That creates, let's just call it synchronization context A. On the remote side, that track is now in, a shadow stream A will be generated, and the track will be in A. Okay.
Isn't one peer connection having one synchronization state? So I mean, as Peter said, if you recreate whatever streams you like on the receiving side, they would share the synchronization state because we decided earlier that it was the same.
I don't think that tracks are.
So I have been very guilty of misusing the term synchronization context very poorly here, okay? There is one thing about having a common time base, and everything in a given peer connection has a common time base. But I'm using it in the terminology that we mean in the WebRTC graph, where we say things that are in the same stream are synchronized.
Right, and that's my understanding as well. A peer connection has a common time base, but only things that are explicitly grouped are synchronized.
Right, and so when we're talking about, I mean, I'm basically asking if a given track can be grouped into 2 different streams from that type of synchronization context, right? I think is a thing, and that's where Ekers,
So track 1 can be in stream A and stream B, but as far as it's expressed to the remote side, it can only be in one or the other.
Right, and if it gets moved, or
so if you do at the local side, you take that track that was in stream A, and that's what you previously called add track with,
right,
and now remove it from A and put it into B. The remote side is not informed of that.
Right, and the remote side will continue syncing it with the wrong thing.
The remote side will continue syncing it with what the local side told it about before, and if the remote side, local side wants to change that, it can remove track and then add track and specify B.
Okay, I mean, I think this is you know, our whole idea of a media stream was it was a context of which the stuff inside of it was synchronized, and you know that happened between the two sides, and this is a very significant change to that.
If we want to go down this
I'm
road,
not sure
there are trivial changes that can be made to this proposal to deal with that. I'm making this proposal as something that I'm not sure we need it.
Okay.
And I'd like to understand if people think that we do need it, let's make sure we agree on that.
Right, fair enough. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what it is point.
Yeah, if they're trivial, why not just make them? I don't get the point. I don't get what advantage you gain. So from making this simplification, removing that functionality.
Well, that's not usually the way we approach things. We usually try to make the argument for the functionality rather than saying like, let's do everything and like. Here we go.
In some other world, perhaps, yes. But we have this capability today, in theory, though perhaps not in practice.
So let me break this into two parts, because there's two changes that are being contemplated here. One is the explicit indication by the application of what groupings it wants to have, rather than having this sort of implicit notion where we had before. Okay. So now, you know, basically at that point, if you're saying well, you want to have multiple things, we just have a vector, or we have a way to, you know okay. So, I mean, that's really the question is like, you know, are people either happy with the proposal as is, or the proposal with the ability to specify a track having multiple grouping contexts? Because, like, you know, I can make one to the other trivial. Yeah.
Yeah, so Tetrari speaking, I think that given that even if you do that, you can still do what Stefan wanted the way we described earlier. I think you can actually with that get the union of all your proposals with what you say is a trivial change. And sorry, that's not changing it. I'm not standing at the desk to change it for you. So I'll move up.
I can actually change the presentation right here and add sequence bracket media stream bracket streams equals null.
So
it's your company.
So I would say that gives you the best of all possible worlds. And why not have the best of all possible worlds if you can get it trivial?
I mean, to be honest, I kind of want to hear someone make the use case for you know, the exemplar, if you will, for this.
I have never really heard a compelling use case for the same track to be in two streams, okay? Because every time you wanted to do it, it always needed to go to different places. So I don't care about that functionality, but a lot of people argued long and hard for having that functionality, and I'm perfectly fine with having, I don't know where they are now, but who knows? I think one of them's up there, actually. But I mean, so I mean, you know, I don't really care. I don't have a use case for you. I haven't heard a compelling use case for that really when it gets right down to it. But it's a significant change, and what I do care about, like, we have either way. So
okay. Okay.
Or they couldn't be too different.
So are we going with the vector or not? Going to vector.
So, okay, yeah. So it sounds like we have a sense of the room that people prefer the vector. And if anyone disagrees, okay.
I'm not disagreeing, but are we also saying that you can change the vector? I mean, do add track again with the same track, but
No. You say track 1 is part of A, B, and C, and then if you pull it out of C, like.
Or add it to D.
You can always remove it and then re-add it, right?
But if you remove it, yeah, you have to re-add it to A and B or something. So. Yeah.
So I think the important part of me is, if you only cared about that on the local side as a logical grouping thing, there'd be no need to do it with this API at all. You could just keep track of it with whatever little internal pointers you keep to use to track. So whatever it is that we're trying to do here needs to get represented to the other side, because that's the only reason we did it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So yeah, okay.
I actually think that the advantage of this is the fact that the default for that second parameter is null, because that gets what Stefan described, which is actually what I think we should have been doing in the first place, right? But no, that ship sailed.
I mean, I want to allow Stefan to have it his way, and I want to have people who just plug in the output from GOM into here, get something synchronized, and then do things like the screen share audio video case. And I think this accomplishes all those things, even without the vector. But the vector is not an issue.
But I think even with Stefan's proposal, you can still do the simple thing. It's just that the polyfilling is trickier. It's trickier. Because you can just create a stream on the receiver side and add those.
I would even argue it's not polyfillable, if you're talking to an endpoint that SDP is showing signaling path. Okay, so that was the hardest part. Next slide.
Wow, you really do like coding. Yeah. And the uncontroversial stuff, right?
Yeah, right.
Wait till the controversial.
So on remove stream, we previously had on add stream and on remove stream, and it was never really clear to me when on remove stream should fire. That really we have streams, or we have tracks that end, and it doesn't really seem like we need to have another sort of semantic of tracks that can be removed. I think that when a track either ends due to it being stopped, or a track is removed from the peer connection, the remote side just sees it transit to stop or ended state. And if the track comes back and is added later, then a new track pops out on the remote side in the live state. Therefore, we don't need an on-remove track event.
Do you actually fire this event currently?
On-remove stream?
No.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Probably not. I don't care.
I mean, since a stream never ends in our current solution, we have it can only go inactive if all the tracks end. So remove stream would actually be just being called when the other side does remove stream.
Right. And now that we have the track model.
So, question there. What about an RTCP by? The other side tells you explicitly that it's no longer going to send for this SSRC. Do we not end the track at that point?
I mean, if it's signaled that it's removed, it should end.
No by. We don't support by, but give a different example. You lose consent or something like that, right?
Okay, sure. All of the above. Do we not end the track, and then when all tracks are ended for a particular stream, then it effectively becomes inactive? Yeah.
So the assumption here is that if I wish to know if the thing ended, that I listen for some sort of termination event on close or whatever on the track.
Yeah, right. I mean, which you should do anyway, because someone might stop it.
Yeah. This seems like I mean, surely if we decide later it was a mistake to not have on remove track, it will not be difficult to re-add. No, I agree with you. I think that it not needed, but like this seems like not like a one-way route to the stuff.
Okay. Next. So this is the actual API, and you may need to squint a little bit. But nothing should be very surprising here, because this has been intentionally pared down for, let's just say, a lack of controversial purposes. So
now we need a vector in the event, right?
Right. So I mean, the only difference from what we've talked about now, and with what's on the screen here, is that the add track, would take a vector instead of a scalar for the second parameter.
And the event.
Yeah, right. That's it. So if chairs, like, would it be appropriate to take a sense of the room for this proposal at this point before we go into the advanced parts that are that build upon this?
was just thinking, remove track takes an RT blah 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 sender. Since we said that you can only add a track once to a pair connection, I guess we could actually have remove track take a track.
Yeah, we probably could. It's probably there as probably vestigial.
So what question are you suggesting that we ask now?
Do we want to adopt, this specific API change that's on the screen right now, modulo the discussion about the vector?
So there are two main pieces of this. It's the RTCP sender and RTCP receiver, and there's the moving from add stream to add track. So let's try this first as taken as a package. Who thinks that changing? I will ask two questions. So I'll ask two questions while Ekra is reading it. The two questions will be: is this change a good change that we should do, or a bad change that we should not do? Taken as a whole unit. If we're seriously split about whether the whole unit is good or bad, then we can discuss whether it's.
Would you be willing to add a third option to that? Okay, which would be roughly, this looks very promising and we should pursue it and see what it looks like, given this is the first time most of us have seen this?
Well, it's not.
Very carefully chose my words. It's the first time most of us have seen it.
So let's use the traditional first third alternative instead.
Okay.
I don't have enough information to decide yet. Yeah.
Wasn't really what I mean.
Yeah.
The question with this is how does it turn into and how the consequences evolve, and that we have not talked at and looked at. There was huge confusion at this microphone line on what Justin was even proposing. Okay, if it's been on the list tons of times before, so I'm a little unsympathetic towards that whole discussion, right? It changed during the discussion, so.
Well, I mean, we're talking about one parameter in one API. I mean, and as Ekra says, it's not a
talked about whether we were changing our fundamental model about whether things could be in more than one thing. We talked about whether the state was synchronized from one side to another. None of this covers any of those details, right? And so I feel very blank checky here. Oh, I've got 3 lines of JavaScript. Is it all fine? It's like, well, no, show me the proposal. Right.
I mean,
however, I like the proposal and want to pursue it. Okay, I think it's good, and that's why I don't have enough information.
Earlier in the morning, when I was like asking you guys for a blank check, like I assumed that was going to happen was if you said yes, I would show up with a pull request and I would say, this is what I expect this to be like, and then people could say, oh no, I had no idea it was going to turn out to be that kind of disaster, and they'd say no. I'm assuming Justin is asking for that blank check. I don't think he's assuming he's going to like take this exact text and cut it into the document and not make any changes, right?
I assumed that when we did a similar thing with configuration changes last November to go figure out a proposal and figure out what that looks like. I'm now told that that's the consensus. So I'm a little bit hesitant to fully grant consensus on something I haven't seen yet. So as
configuration changes we're talking about?
The changes that were put in a couple weeks ago to the editor draft on get user media constraints, yeah. So, I know how this is going to be represented later, and I want to just say, like, I like it, and I'd like to pursue this path, but whether it's a good change or not, remains to be seen.
I still reserve the right to say that this is garbage and doesn't actually fix the whole thing.
Perfect. As long as we're on that page, I'm definitely on board.
Okay, so the questions will be, this is good, and we should pursue it. This is bad, and we should abandon it. And I don't have enough information to decide. Pursuing includes the idea that we might pursue it for a while, discover that it has led us off. It was a willow with a wisp that led us off a cliff and left us with a face in the mud, in which case we'll stop. But we will then pursue it. So who thinks we should pursue this idea? Lots. Who thinks we should abandon this idea? None. Who thinks that they don't have enough information to decide? Any comments from the remote participants? Randall is our token remote participant. He says nothing. But okay, I think we have a rough consensus of the people present in the room, or we have a smooth consensus of people present in the room to pursue this. And Echo, we will. Oh, nice. That's a good place to be frozen. And Justin, I think we will. The editors team will figure out whether we should just ask you for a pull request or whether one of them will take the job of editing it in. That's right. We have a number of photos. Okay. Thank you.
A meme coming on.
Justin, I actually had one quick question that was for that discussion. That was just a minor thing, which is on remove stream, could you, a remove track, would it be okay to have a remove track for an RTP receiver as well as a sender?
Can you guys in the room hear me? You seem to have disappeared.
I can hear you right now.
I think we lost the room. They're working on it.
This is actually
okay.
This is one of the don't ask how the sausage is made type of things.
So could we get up the agenda again?
No, I'm not done yet.
You're still on.
This is the uncontroversial part.
Okay.
Now on to.
So we accepted the uncontroversial part.
Now on to the nefarious stuff. Okay. So I showed an object model before that had the RTP senders and receivers, and also had some gray boxes for the transport objects. And next slide. We also don't have a great way to interrogate the transport objects. Two specific things that have come up are the ability to understand, if your ice state that is on the peer connection goes to being disconnected, well, which one of your transports went down? And if we expose the transport object, for each of the ice candidate pairs, or the ice media streams, ice streams as defined in 5245, we can now sort of interrogate them and find out which one of them actually had a problem. We could also read out the candidates, other sort of statistics about the ice connection. We could do lots of things. So I think the thing that's most apparently needed is the ability to sort of query each transport for its ice state. In addition, if you want to do things like checking certificates to verify if it's the same certificates that you had the last time, continuity of identity, being able to access the information on the DTLS transport to know what actual certificates are being used would be very nice for the application to have. And it's very easy for this to add to the object model now that we have the senders in place. We can just simply have each sender have a .transport property, which would then give us a different object. Next slide. So we add this .transport property to the sender and the receiver, and that gives us the corresponding DTLS connection that the stuff all flows over. And on the DTLS transport, we can have a state for the transport, and we can also have the ability to get the remote certificates associated with that DTLS connection. We can also add more stuff in the future. Now we have a nice place for the stuff where there's one-to-one correspondence between this object and a DTLS association with the other side. And if we happen to be bundling, there'll be 1. And if we happen to be sending everything over their own transport, there'll be N.
Right. I think you said what I meant. I think you said it makes sense. To be clear. So,
Hi.
Hi, if you're bundling, I'm assuming, I would assume, may have just misheard you, but I was assuming if you're bundling, you'd have multiple RTC, RTP senders on a single DTLS transport.
Exactly.
And if you're not bundling, they're one-to-one, right? Or something like that, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. This looks.
I mean, if they're not bundling, they're one-to-one. Yes.
This looks conceptually fine. I think we need more frobs in the more stuff, but like I'll be happy to supply text for that. This
well, I mean, once they have the objects, the general theory is once the objects are in place, frobs are easy to add.
I am endorsing this theory.
Yeah, sorry, Karen? Did you want to speak?
Hello. Is it audible?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have one question over here. In your last before slide, you were telling that it is not possible to set the codec preferences, right? But in mailing discussions, you suggested.
No, we are not on that slide. That is a future slide.
Okay, that means you are going to change that one.
No, we haven't
just
talked
not
about
up to
that one.
yet.
Hello.
We are on. Actually, I didn't have. I am in this. We are on the slide titled API : transports parenthesis 1.0 parenthesis.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry.
Right, so I was going to say, I think this is a perfectly sound idea. I worry a little bit about RTP non-mux.
This corresponds to the RTP component specifically. So if we wanted to be able to interrogate the RTCP component as well, like now we would be going further down this path.
We can add some more craft, but I don't know that that's super important. I'm not sure about the exact set of things that you have in this DTLS transport thing, but nor do I care, particularly at this stage. We can hash out what's in and we can hash out what's in, what's out on that one later on. I think it's the right place to have these sorts of things.
But do you agree with the properties that are in? I mean, we can certainly add more, but do you agree with the things that are the 2 things that are currently represented here?
Actually, neither of them. If you want me to go into detail on that, I mean, I think others have more to say.
If I want to split out the ice thing. First one's important. The second one's important.
The first one I think is probably okay. The second one, I'm not sure this is the right thing to be exposing to applications, but again, I could be convinced to the contrary.
The certificates.
Yeah.
That's what I came to speak to too. So I didn't even really know whether you're trying to get high level or low level comments. High level, yeah, sure, the basic structure looks about right, other than I don't like every single one of the details. No, I'm just joking. Right. But on the so with the concrete small detailed level comment I was going to make on the get remote certificates, I think I would want a way to tell if there was multiple certificates, I think I'd want a way to know how to match up the certificate with which track was used.
Not a list of changes.
Yeah,
this would be the chain from the
transport.
Oh, I see. So you're saying if I wasn't doing bundled and I ended up with 3 TLS connections, I'd have 3 different. Obviously, I'd have 3 different transport objects, and each RTP sender receiver would point at the right one. So this is the certificate chain. I see. Okay.
Right. Yeah. And this
I love it now in every detail.
So I don't, and I'm kind of concerned about the get remote certificate, because this seems to imply that we're going to have the JavaScript application, which we previously said we don't necessarily trust for a whole lot of things, make a decision based on this, and that's okay. But if we then start telling people at the UI level that we're going to expose that the JavaScript trusted it based on some artifact like this.
That's not what it is.
Well, that's not the intent now, but I think we have to be very careful about this, because once somebody says, hey, this is our mechanism for ensuring that we're seeing what we used to see, if there's then no way for us to bound that utilization so that it's not what gets exposed to the end user, I'm kind of afraid that you're now setting this up so that somebody will eventually go, hey, the JavaScript flashed the lock icon at me that told me I was still talking to the same site, even though it wasn't. So I'm not sure that JavaScript is the right place to be doing this, especially because certificates can change for a variety of other reasons. You want to know whether it's a valid certificate chain in the same family as the previous one, rather than do these bitwise match. And there's complexity here that I'm not sure is worth it for this particular thing. And there's risk here that I'm not sure is worth it. So I think, again, high level, sure, transports object, no problem. This particular one worries me.
Hi, Lavestrand. Completely opposite reaction to Ted. And the JavaScript will want to know the certificate chains because of reasons of its own, like providing stats back to the central site of why it believed that it was going to connect to the right piece. It might have absolutely nothing to do with the UI at all. But the other problem, since I have to have something to bitch about, Justin, components.
ICE components?
Right. So this explicitly only deals with the RTP component. You know, we could certainly, as Martin says, add more cruft to allow other components to be exposed. But I'm sort of hoping that non-RTP mux kind of dies in a fire. So I'm not super excited about adding more things right this second.
Okay, so you're suggesting that we ignore components for the moment.
And this
like
specifically would track the RTP component, be one-to-one the RTP component.
So yeah, this seems fine architecturally. I don't want to get bogged down at all in what the values are here. I can invent some value that like I'll be happy with. I do wonder if eventually we're going to need to have an RTC ICE transport thingamabob sitting underneath this. But I suppose you could. I suppose if it turns out we can do that, it's not like a disaster at it.
And the DTLS connection state may not be isomorphic with the ICE connection state. So
I'll be. I mean, as you know. I mean, you could have ICE. I mean, if it's
I'm saying, like, even if you decide it's a good idea, it would not take away the value of what I'm proposing here. So
no, so I think I was just breaking these up. But if you didn't break these up, you know, if it turned out 6 months from now I realized you hadn't broken them up, I wouldn't be like freaking out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether or not we can answer some of these questions by, say, taking advantage of the fact that we have someone who knows about web crypto in the room. How do you represent certificates, Richard? There we go. Winner. Done. Thank you. They're just octets, was the answer we got.
There's a tiny copy of Boris Varsky in my brain saying you should think carefully about whether you want array buffer view. In web crypto, at least, we usually conflate these, and we're currently trying to untangle which we mean when.
Can we use a union? I mean, this is like detail that we can deal with later, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like there's still more discussion we want to have about what exactly the properties that should exist on here, but do we think we have consensus for the actual adding the object itself? So I can send a pull request along with my other pull request.
I think I think we have a suggestion. I think the sense of the room is yes, and the people who object can speak up now. Done.
Hearing none, we shall carry on. Next slide. Okay. Here's where we could end up spending some time. So now that we have the RTP sender, what can we do with it? Well, the way that the RTP sender and receiver get programmed, if you will, is indirectly through SDP. So when we get the remote description, that tells us what codec the other side wants to receive, and one they've indicated in the highest priority order. And that will supply programming down to the sender to indicate what codec, and various other sort of parameters, whether it should use, what payload types, whether, what the RTCP feedback parameters should be, those kinds of things. With RTP Sender, we could read that stuff out directly. We could read the codec name. We can look at some things. We could also make some direct changes to the track encoding. Now, there's 3 types of changes that could exist here. One would be changes that don't require negotiation. Now, while the receiver can indicate what maximum bit rate it wants to receive through B equals, there's really no negotiation for the sender to say what the maximum bit rate should be. And the sender could also change what it wants to send at any point in time. And this doesn't necessarily need to be signaled. The receiver has said, here's my maximum. The sender can say, well, I'm going to send far less than the maximum, and that's just fine. That is a unilateral thing. And that can be done simply by changing a FROB on the RTP sender. Now, some other things would actually require negotiation. And if we want to do set a stream to be receive only, we want to stop sending it, we would need to do that, and we would also want to communicate that to the other side, saying that now the stream is now A equals receive only, and we're no longer transmitting bits for it. But the thing we need to watch out for is because we're programming these things through SDP, we can't change things and have them take effect immediately without the negotiation. We also want to make sure that we don't have things where we say, even though the remote side said, I want to use codec X in their SDP, we say, I want to use codec Y. Then when we get the next time we get an offer from the other side, and they say, hey, I'm using codec X, that now clobbers the change we've made to Y. So what will happen anytime you make a change to the sender is that you'll either take effect immediately because it has no need for negotiation, like the bitrate stuff, or it will trigger on negotiation needed. And when you call on negotiation needed, that will result in a create offer and a set and local description, which will actually then cause that change to be, cause that change to take effect. And so in the hold case, you would set the .active property to false. On negotiation needed would be triggered. You would then call create offer, get an offer that would have A equals receive only, and then when you stuff that down in a set and local description, that would cause the thing to now go into the non-transmitting state. And the other side would get it and get A equals receive only and know that, hey, I'm not going to be receiving any more data for this stream. So one of the sort of consequences of this approach is that any functionality that these senders are going to do right now either has to have no negotiation needed, like the bitrate stuff, or it has to have well-defined SDP for exactly what happens in that create offer that happens subsequent to the on negotiation needed.
Adam Roach, I want clarification on the, e.g., changing the send codec. You're talking about if we're trying to change to something that the other side hasn't indicated support for, right? I mean, if the most recent SDP you have from them indicates support for several codecs, there's nothing stopping you from changing among them, right?
Well, except for the fact that when you receive, the offer for them the next time, if they say, well, I want, Opus as my top priority codec, and we've changed it to be, PCMU, that's now going to get clobbered because it's not clear, like, what should actually take precedence in these states. I mean, basically the 3664 says that we should be using the most preferred codec, in SDP, as the one that we're actually transmitting.
Right. And I know it's kind of a tortured example, but if you were to have something where I know the far side is supporting Opus and 711, and I'm going to do something ridiculous like send tones over that I want to be decoded into a fax, right? Typically, the way you would do that is you'd say, well, I know the other side supports this, and I just start sending stuff with 711, and it goes over, and then I switch back to Opus when I'm done with that. So, I mean, not that I necessarily say that's a use case we need to support, but is that something that you're envisioning this would specifically disallow?
Yeah, I think it would. I think that I do not want to have cases where the preference expressed on the sender and the received SDP disagree as far as what should happen, because I think we'll be very sad.
Okay. To be clear, I wasn't advocating for it. I was just kind of pushing at the edges of what you're proposing here. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've got a similar sort of exploratory question. Is the intent of this API to merely express desires on the part of the application that then either trigger immediate action on the part of the sending side in the browser, or trigger the need for renegotiation with the new desired properties? Or is there secondary functionality here to expose the state related to these particular functions? So, for instance, you have this active property that you're talking about as being an attribute. What value do I get when I read it off? So say the stream is currently sending. What happens when I read it off? What happens if I set it to false and then read it off again prior to doing the on negotiation needed?
Right. So
but these are the questions that I think probably need just a little bit more explanation before I think I'm
sure.
I'm down with this.
Right. So
I was actually going to propose some text that I think might actually answer that question. It would help. I think this is amazingly crisp and good, right? I mean, even down to, I mean, cannot change things that would be inconsistent with SDP. I think there's some cases where you can even change the sending codec because it's consistent with SDP, but I like the phrasing cannot change things that would be inconsistent with the SDP, right? The example might be, there might be some cases where you could change the sending codec, right? So, yeah, so I think that what needed is these values here represent the active SDP, not the proposed SDP. And your example of
the actual encoding, because some of these things
the actual encoding, it's the encoding parameters, not the offer answer negotiation parameters that are going on that might change the encoding later, right? So, for something like that, with you like setting the media stream on hold, that is fine because it instantly you change your encoding as soon as you create the offer when you change that part of SDP.
Well, you change the encoding as soon as you call set and local.
As set local. Fair enough. Yeah, yes, he's right.
So there's that window from the time where the parameters have not actually been changed as to what's actually happening, even though you've probbed them to say, active equals false. That doesn't actually take effect until you go through the rest of the sequence.
Right, which is why I think, hold needs to be a method on here, not an attribute on here or something like that. But we're into details. We can discuss that later. There are other ones where they don't take place until you get the answer back. Maybe an example is, I would like to start sending the audio level header extension, but that needs to be negotiated with the far side. So if we were going to allow setting something like this, which I think we can, but I'm just trying to set up the framework for being able to do those types of things. If we indicated on this API surface, I want to start doing that, that would be fine. It would be, but instead of having it be the delay until the set local happened, it would be all the way until the set remote happened, right?
Yeah.
And I think that this is very consistent how it weaves in this direct control surface that you want with working with the SDP stuff, and we can set up a set of very clean rules that makes it easy for us to understand what things we can add, what things we can't, and when they come into effect.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and I'm with you, and I think that whatever we come up with to deal with the delay for set and local will also work for set and remote. So some things will be immediate and some things will not.
So let me just sort of explore that a little further. So there are some cases where frobbing something on this will have an immediate effect. So modulo whatever latency is necessary to actually enact that in the browser.
Right.
You'll hit the button and
no on negotiation
bitrate
needed.
will drop.
It will just,
right?
Yeah, right.
So you set the max send bitrate down to half, and modulo the time that it takes to actually generate the new frames necessary to do that, you drop the bitrate. some of them will require some activity at various points within the negotiation process. They'll be enacted. Now, I'm not sure that you stop sending in the case with if you ask it to stop sending, doesn't that happen once the other side's okay with that, or would you just have that act immediately? I mean, I think you would just act immediately in that case. You set the send bit rate down to 0 and stop sending.
And then you tell the other side.
And then you tell the other sending.
Yeah.
You
By
send
the
it
way, I stopped sending.
All that sort of other stuff. Yeah.
One more clarification, Suhas. So the sending bit rate, we can change maximum value to be within the range of what has been accepted by the receiver, right? I cannot change, like the receiver can take only 1 Mbps and you cannot change it to like 3 Mbps. It will not be able to do it.
Well, I think that we need to probably have it work a little bit differently because, you know, if the receiver then does a new offer where it says, you know, the receiver says I have B equals 3 megabits, and then you say I'm 1 megabit, I'm great, but then the receiver does a new offer and says only 500 kilobit. Like, you know, we need to be able to deal with that situation. And basically, I mentioned to Martin the other day, I think what we actually send is the minimum of B equals what the sender has set as the maximum, what congestion control tells us we can actually send, and if none of those things are set, you know, when we hit our minimum quantization on video, so that we don't send infinite amount of data.
Yeah, that was a separate comment I sent to the list a while back, or some bug or whatever. It's just like we have a bunch of bandwidth parameters, and what we send is the min of both of them. And if we had different names for them, like local bandwidth, remote bandwidth, or something, it'd be less confused. You know, people would understand. There's a bunch of them, and we're taking the min of them instead of calling them all bandwidth.
So maybe I was on the queue on IRC, so I'll jump in here since it's a pause. Yeah, I'm generally supportive of this. This actually covers a bunch of the stuff that I had previously long ago indicated on a bug on the tracker 15861 about a bunch of things that at the time I had attached to a track because we didn't have a doohickey or sender, RTP sender. And so a bunch of those might go here. But so this is, I think, a good step forward.
Would you mind enumerating the other ones that you listed in that bug?
Issues about frame rate sent, whether motion's preferred over resolution or not. Yeah. I also had bit rate and resolution issues in there. So, you know, and maybe you know, target video quality, etc. You can read there, but I mean, basically stuff that affects the encoding and, you know, and the preferences thereof.
Okay. I want
As
to
well as
one
the
of those
bitrate.
things, the resolution and frame rate stuff. Since we do have, I believe, adequate FROBs on media stream track to control those things, I'm advocating that we do not have resolution and frame rate parameters in the encoding parameters.
That's just what I was coming to ask about. As I've sort of I had queued that up earlier to ask that question. I'm like, you know, what's the boundary where you know, how do we decide what things we do by cloning tracks and fobbing them in tracks, and what things do you control by fobbing them in the RTP sender receiver? Like when we get a new thing, how do we decide which basket to throw it in?
So my general feeling is that, you know, if the capability sort of exists in the raw media domain, it should sort of live in the raw media domain. And if it's something specific to the encoding, then it has to go into the encoding parameters. Yeah, well, one of the reasons why I had this in the encoding originally was the fact that the capture resolution and other uses of the stream locally may be different than what's actually used on the peer connection. And okay, because we can actually have a track that has constraints different than the actual capture resolution. That is true. So maybe that is that's been overtaken by events here. Yeah, I'm not certain entirely that applies to things like frame rate as well, but yeah,
I'm going to pull another one out of your examples there, which is temporal or spatial preference. That's clearly an encoding issue, not a raw media issue, right? Absolutely. Okay. So that one's clear.
Does not exist in the non-compressed domain.
Sure, and maybe also audio quality parameters such as music versus speech for Opus and things like that.
Yes, yes. I'm hoping that the automatic thing kind of avoids the need for a FROB there. I mean, I prefer no FROB where possible, but that would absolutely be the property that could exist for audio-based RTP centers.
Adam Roach. So I hate to do design on the fly here, but something that came up, kind of tickled in the back of my mind. We're talking about the actual values here lagging, putting stuff into them. And it seems to me that we probably want to start thinking about that with a very clean separation, where we have like a view and a controller side of this thing, and make it clear to the users that these are not completely in sync all the time.
Yeah, well, I agree that needs to happen, that, you know, when something is changed, the fact that it might not change right away or take effect right away, and that, you know, there needs to be some indication when that does complete, that needs to exist. I haven't really thought through exactly the best way to do that, but if you have some ideas, I'd be interested in hearing them.
All right. It's just, like I said, I don't have anything concrete right now as much as we probably want to, because that's a metaphor that developers are going to be familiar with.
Well,
so if we expose it in that fashion.
We're already going to have the notion of kind of current and proposed session descriptions. So I think that kind of may give some hints as to where we want to go with this.
Yeah, so I mean, that was kind of the model I had in my mind, was I specifically didn't want to get to a point where we've decided, oh, now we have to take this thing and split it in half after people have been using it in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, but also point out that there's value here in knowing what the browser is actually doing. I think that's part of the value prop here. If you are sending, it's nice to be able to know that. And if you are sending at a particular maximum bit rate, maybe it's nice to know that. I'm not sure about that one in particular. But there are other ones of these properties that would be interesting to learn about. The music versus speech property. Once you've got some sort of automatic detection in place, it might actually be interesting to learn what's actually being enacted.
Yeah, I would also.
Which might be the string auto, by the way.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say, if it is auto, being able to read that out from the lower layers, like, doesn't seem like the kind of thing we want to do. So.
Yeah. The also this also talks to the whole use case we talked about before, which is an application wants to be able to deal with controlling whether or not it makes sense to continue with a track if the bandwidth is too low, for example, or if the bandwidth goes above some level, it may want to consider adding a track. And then to do that, it needs to have some way to know what's getting used, and or to affect the relative split between different tracks. And this this can provide the control surface to do that. Now, some of that may require some level, separate level of notification events to be added as well, but that can be a separate thing that can be added on here.
Yeah, I have some specific ideas on that. 2 points. One, I think that the auto pausing a track could be accomplished by specifying a minimum bit rate. And then if you're not able to give that number of bits to the track, it could automatically stop sending. And that would work very similarly to the maximum bit rate that we're talking about here. As we talk about how bit rates should be apportioned, I'm very circumspect about the idea of manually trying to assign bits from JavaScript. The feedback loop has to go through too many layers, and I think it would be better to express some sort of prioritization, as we talked about yesterday, between the media stream tracks, and allow then the actual congestion controller to make the right choices.
And I generally agree with that, though being able to read back what is currently in use so you can adjust your preferences. Okay, they don't have to be actual bitrate values, but adjusted preferences. I would be very concerned with auto pausing tracks. It will cause major confusion to users potentially, unless you have some way of notifying the user in a way that they'll understand what happened. Put up a slate or whatever. I'd rather just simply notify the application that there was insufficient bandwidth to cover all the bets you've placed, okay, and therefore it should do something, such as replacing something with a slate or telling it to reduce the resolution of what's being sent even further or whatever.
Sure, makes sense. Okay, so one point I just want to reinforce, though, is that anything we want to add here, if it's going to require negotiation, it needs to have well-defined SDP. And I know one of the things that we want to do with this is stuff like simulcast. But unfortunately, we don't have well-defined SDP that if we set up simulcast and then you get the on negotiation needed to create offer, we don't know what to put in there right now. So for 1.0, go to the next slide. I'm currently advocating that the properties that we express here, and we'll tweak this a little bit based on some of the feedback about the proposed versus current, should be on/off, the active property, as well as the ability to configure the maximum bit rate.
I have two of them. So the implication here is that if I want simulcast, I have to do weak sauce simulcast where I add the track twice or I clone it.
Yeah, sadly, I think that's the state we find ourselves in for the current time. It's weak sauce and not unified plan compliant, but we don't have a unified plan compliant spec for SDP for this yet.
I can't speak to that works for other people. I have limited uses.
Though that makes me sad, let me check on a more important thing, which is we're sure how we'd add it later, right? Because we know we want to add things like SVC and stuff later. So
yes,
what would that end up looking like, I guess, would be the thing is just, let's say we had SDP, what would we do?
Okay, so I introduced the concept of, we have a sequence of encoding parameters. And the reason why it's a sequence is because we can generate multiple RTP streams from the actual track. And so for the simple case, we have n=1 streams being generated. And we have SSRC that indicates the primary stream. And it will be basically what resolution comes in is what goes out on the wire. For simulcast, we can imagine having multiple encoding parameters in a sequence. And we would add a new parameter to new variable to the encoding parameters called scale. And scale would basically represent what should be applied to the incoming media from the track to form that particular encoding on the wire. And so by default, scale would be 1.0. But if you wanted to have a smaller size simulcast, it could be 0.5 or 0.75 or 0.25. And then you could have 3 encodings, each with their own SSRC, and each with a different scale parameter to generate, and in bitrate parameter as well, to generate a 3-layer simulcast with its own bitrate configurations. And what you would do would be you would construct this, construct this sequence and then pass it in via set encodings. And that would then, relative to whatever SDP had to be generated for that, result in like the on negotiation needed, create offer would then jam that stuff into the offer that was created and when applied through set and local, well, it would have to be accepted by the roadside, but once applied, it would then take effect.
All right. I mean, okay, so let me hit a little nit about that and then go on to more important things. I mean, like slight nit, the scale idea makes me sad because often you want your high res content at 16:9, but your low res content at 4:3. And then pretty soon we're into putting X and Y sizes in here, and then I sort of start wondering about my previous question, right? But look, it's all workable, right? We can figure all that stuff out. That seems like details that can sort out. Would FEC and things like that work roughly the same fashion?
Well, FEC, I'm sort of hoping we could have FEC as just a parameter on the encoding params that basically indicates, well, this is the SRC we use for FEC. And you just sort of toggle it, either on or off, or some percentage of FEC, through some double or something like that, saying here's how much FECing I want to do.
Okay, right. It wouldn't be an array because there's inherently only one of them, and we would just have some parameters to turn on.
We would sort of special case rather than have like as additional entry in the array. We would just have, since each encoding, each simulcast layer could have FEC RTX turned on or off. It would just have a specific property for FEC RTX on each encoding param. And we would sort of special case those things because we know these are common things that people want to do. And it doesn't make sense to have scale on FEC or any of this other sort of stuff, or max bit rate. We would just have FEC or RTX as specific properties on the encoding params.
Okay, I think I would be much happier seeing SVC and simulcast done in the same way of having a sequence of special things that have to do with that are what you need to do that, not a generic encoding that could cover any possible thing in the sequence.
So you know, the problem is that I think you want to be able to fob the bit rates per layer on simulcast, you know, all independently. And you might even want to turn on the layers on and off via, like, you know, the active parameter as well, based on what people are actually consuming. So I think that you actually need this generality for simulcast cases. But the good part about it is that you can have the same approach work for both SBC and simulcast. That, you know, the only thing you have to indicate is that for SBC, one encoding actually depends on another encoding.
I mean, instead of RTCP encoding instead of having an array of encodings, if we had an array of layers, and the layers had the parameters you just mentioned of
just
bit
naming
rate,
them
X, Y. Okay, you know, I'm with Thatcher. Naming is important. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think that I can see that sort of type of stuff working. So let's poke a little bit on the stuff with simulcast, in particular with the lack of STP and that. I mean, is it really that? I mean, look, if this document is done before simulcast is done, I obviously think that this document should go forward without it. However, I think if we actually wanted to get simulcast done, we probably could get it done fairly quickly. Do people have a desire to do that? That's really my question. I certainly do.
Yeah, and here's where I get to say I don't want to write a blank check. You know, so I mean, this is not going to 1.0 will not be the end of the road for this specification. So, you know, in interest of getting 1.0 done in a finite amount of time, you know, I would suggest.
I guess the question was, if it was ready before, I carefully phrased it very much as not a blank check, as if it was ready before 1.0 was ready, would you put it in?
Well,
would you put it in with text that even said, if this does not have all of its normative dependencies ready to go to the ISG before it's ready to go, or it's, you know, it's gone, right?
I would sort of rephrase it differently. If simulcast is on the glide path before this is on the glide path, then definitely, you know, we would take it. But like, I don't want to sort of have this document sort of stalling, waiting for simulcast to kind of get into the state where we feel like it's on a path to complete.
Okay, I don't want that either. That's not at all the thing. I'm asking, you know, there are other people in the room that would like to see simulcast in here if we can get it done before this. Keep in mind, we just put FEC in it yesterday, which has, we're going to need an individual, we don't even have an individual draft yet that explains that. So, I mean.
That was on the RTC web side, but. And it's very clear that like the 1.0s for like RTC web and for you know, simulcast, you know, the RTC web is, sorry, the 1.0s for RTC web and WebRTC, like there may be functionality that exists in RTC web that WebRTC does not yet have API for, you know, in 1.0, and will then pick up in 1.1 or whatever, and that's fine. So the fact that we talked about FEC yesterday doesn't mean that like we have to have FEC in like 1.0 or simulcast.
That actually shocks me. I think that was that this document normatively depends on a document that yesterday we agreed to normatively make depend on FEC. That was what I thought the conclusion was. Did I get that wrong?
Well, I'm saying if we include FEC here, then the documents that it normally depends on have to also include FEC, but the reverse is not true. The fact that FEC exists in RTC web does not mean that FEC has to be in 1.0 version of WebRTC.
Okay.
Okay. So should I cut the line? This is the last one.
This is regarding previous slide. Okay, in the codec preferences, I think that we can set the preferences but we cannot directly change the codec which.
You could imagine having a fob on the receiver object, because the receiver is what actually indicates the preferences that will go in the offer to indicate your codec preferences. And if we thought that was worthwhile, allowing you to, you know, setting those preferences would then change the output of create offer such that it would reflect the order specified through that API. And if we think that's valuable, then, you know, we could add something like that on the receiver.
That means setting of the new preferences which may change for the next create offer.
That's right.
That means we can add those preferences, but that will not upgrade it at that time. But for the next create offer, it will be taken care of. In the SD,
Well,
that will be changed with that preferences.
It would fire on negotiation needed, which would, you know, assuming you're in a stable state, then cause a create offer to occur immediately. You know, I don't think we'd have anything that says, don't do anything about it now, but, you know, the next time you have an offer, you know, deal with it. I think we'd have that expectation. Anything that are dirtied by frobbing stuff would immediately cause the signaling to update.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, this is Adam Roach again. Can we go to the following slide where we have the proposed syntax or example syntax for the control? Yeah, this. So here's a good example of what I was talking about when I was up here last. If we were to do something like set active to false, you know, it's currently true, we just active equals false, and read it back out prior to doing a set local.
Yeah, right, totally.
So, I mean, this is where I think we would probably want like a set active and then like perhaps a current dot active and a proposed dot active.
I'm totally with you.
Okay,
yeah.
Awesome, thanks.
Just wanted to make the point that you can actually do simulcast with just this, and even without standardizing STP in the IETF, right? Because you can create multiple sender objects, and you can send them with multiple resolutions. You can signal STP however you feel like it, like some proposal that's out there, right? All the receiver, just create one receiver object. It's getting a whole, you know, potentially one of a bunch of potential streams, and that you can do just with what's here. So essentially, you can do simulcast with a proposal as done. It might not be quite as efficient as if you did it all in one object, but the thing you're speaking to, right, isn't a browser anyway. It's some kind of scalable forwarding unit. So it's all doable with this. Yeah. Well, it'll be slightly more efficient if you do it in one object, but it's not like undoable or anything.
Yeah,
it has no dependency on anything in the, you know, in our music.
Just to answer to Bernard, you cannot set multiple resolutions with this because
sure you
that
you use multiple senders
track,
and
right, but not on each article. Like you should send multiple tracks with each RTP sender in that case.
You can do it.
So if I want to set the SSRC here for the identification purpose, how do I know what the SSRC is? I know, and I need to put it there.
You can't put it there, it's read only.
So then if I want to change the active, I read it out and then find the SSRC that I want and then set the active?
I don't know about that, I'm just saying it's read only.
Yeah, so this proposal was saying it's one encoding. In the future, we'll support multiple encoding.
Oh,
so
okay.
we'll have more frobs in the future to avoid.
Never mind.
That sort of
It
stuff.
doesn't matter.
So, as I sort of said earlier, I can live with weak sauce simulcast. I don't want to write blank check either. That said, I think if people can manage to deliver SDP that supports simulcast in some plausible like period between now and like when we're almost done, like I'd be okay with adding it.
Yeah.
Especially if it's basically just a matter of taking this and saying removing this comment that says it can't be greater than 1. That would seem like a pretty low bar. I've been thinking about like there's been some discussion of going to change codecs here, though I recognize it's not on this list. I'm pretty scared of that. I think I'm particularly scared of it on like the relationship between the sender and the receiver objects, because in SDP those are related, and I can imagine, like I say, you know, my sender only supports Opus and my receiver only supports 711. I was like, there's no way to express that in SDP. So now we're just like in like this is Sparta kind of territory.
I think things like the preferences, you know, are very easy to control. But if we say I'm going to send it with codec Y, and then like we get an SDP saying, you know, I prefer codec X, like we're going to have a headache. It's like, you know, how do we resolve these conflicts? And like,
yeah,
if we have to say, well, in this case, SDP wins and everything, we're going to be really sad. So.
So I remember now what I got up to say, but I think in this case, variadic arguments are going to be your savior. So you get rid of the sequence and the angle brackets and you put a ... in. And someone who is using the API expecting a single stream coming out of a given track, and a single RTP stream coming out of a given track will provide a single encoding, and they'll just provide that bare without the
scaling.
Without the and then they can put little commas in between each one that they want to. Syntactic sugar.
Sure, sure.
The reason I got up was that I think that you haven't been particularly clear on the model that you intend to use here, but I think this is the way you understand this working, is you frob something here, and that frob remains proposed until such time as negotiation causes the peer connection to leave the stable state and return again.
Unless it can take effect immediately, in which case
unless it takes effect immediately.
Yeah, that's entirely true, and I think it's Colin pointed out before.
If you're halfway through a negotiation, what happens then?
Not true in the PR answer state. You have the right way to think about it is you have an active STP and a proposed STP.
Yeah.
And as soon as the active and STP are the same, then this is back to that thing. And just don't think about it as stable state. The stable state's not the useful thing here. But anyway, I mean, I think where you're going with this is all still the same.
And one can think about this in some ways is like, you're making changes that are similar to what would occur if you did add track.
Okay, so
change to the session.
Let me try to get the model a little clearer, because I think this is important. I think this changes what you will propose the next time you propose, and that remains in effect until such time as you set local description with that thing. Well, no. So what I'm trying to get at is, how long does the browser retain this frob? Is it indefinitely, or is it until such time as it has had an opportunity to enact it? And I think it keeps the frob until such time as it has had an opportunity to enact it, which in cases that require negotiation mean that you have to actually do a negotiation. Well, I think we need this is the changes that are pending, and these are the changes. This is the active state, but I don't think we need anything more than that. Otherwise, we end up with these are the things that I set but didn't get set last time and might get set next time, and all those sorts of things. Because I think that's just asking for trouble. But I think we need to think of this is in terms of, these are the things that I have requested that have not yet been enacted, and these are the things that are active, and those are the two things we have. And I'm just trying to drill down on the enacting part, such that we can sort of know at what point that set gets cleared.
Well, you could even have some things that, some proposed things that are enacted at different times. You might set bitrate active, and something requires remote negotiation, and one takes effect immediately, the other one takes effect at set LD, and the other one takes effect at set RD. And another sort of important consequence here to think about is that rollback. Rollback would blow away any dirty changes. Yeah. I mean, one thing rollback does not do is remove tracks or anything like that. So I mean, well, I mean, I don't think it's hard. I just think we need to make a choice that if the model is that you make a change on negotiation needed, create offer, set LD. Now you're in a state. Now you roll back. Now it rolls you back and clears any of the dirty stuff that had occurred.
Dendro to AT&T. You mentioned about the prioritization, and I waited until the end. I wanted to see where that would fit, and you didn't suggest where would we add.
Right on the encoding parameters. I left that out because priority seems like one of those things that unless you're willing to specify exactly what 1 means versus 2, you're going to be in for a bad time. So I omitted it for now because that's not something that I wanted to, spend the majority of the time discussing. But I think that, if we did want to have explicit priorities between, basically allocation of available bit rate to encoding, bits for encoding specific encodings, that's how we would want to do it.
I think the idea was that it's more of a desire rather than a fulfilled.
Well, it expresses
express an interest.
The hierarchy, a relationship of like how you want these streams to be filled, relatively speaking.
Relative.
Yes.
So do you see that coming into one or?
Well, this is what I'm proposing we take for one, which is two things. Set active and set bitrate. So in short, no. If someone was willing to sort of go do all the heavy lifting and would really want it and want to do the heavy lifting to get it all figured out, we could try to conclude in one, but like there will be another bus, for 1.1. So.
Okay, thank you.
Speaking as someone who's just proposed priorities in the ITF side of things, yes, it would be nice to have them here. Speaking as chair, I think we have we now have presented all these opportunities, and unlike the previous consensus call, I think we have lots of opportunity for further discussion before we start sending pull requests. But it looks good to me. So with that, do you want to, are there any particular issues you want the opinion of the working group on before coffee?
I guess specifically on the transports, would people be okay with a pull request for those two properties, specifically the remote certificates and DTLS transport state, or do we feel like we need to have more discussion on the list about those first? Clearly, the encoding parameters need more discussion.
So certificates and transport state, do they seem okay? That also means accepting the single transport model for now? Okay, certificates, okay? Not okay? A few doubts, or we'll take transport, what do they call it, transport I state?
That state, I think, is what it was.
Okay, state, okay with that? Not okay with that? Karen? So on this one, I think Karen gets to write up his point to the list. Or do you feel that it's been adequately covered in the minutes? I'm pulling your leg. Okay, so if you don't think your objection to transport state was adequately covered in the minutes, please send mail real soon. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Fine. I don't like this. If I'm the only one with this problem, I would put a breakout of the two objects. I say I'm not. I'm a hard talk about it, but I think we should transport there.
Yeah.
Don't have it quite.
Yeah. So
okay.
Eka pointed out that he would like to see two objects, one for ICE, one for DTLS. I think that would suit.
Okay, I'll make a new proposal.
Better. Having a DTLS state and an ICE state being separate is actually interesting to us sometimes, and should actually be interesting to people who are trying to diagnose what's going wrong. So
we have in fact an object model very similar to this one in stats, which we'll be presenting tomorrow. It would be really nice if they were consistent.
And that sort of leads me to the proposal that I'm going to ultimately make, but we'll get to that.
Okay. With that, I hereby declare that we have coffee, and we will reconvene at 3:55 in 16 minutes. For slightly delayed update on errors.
Do hickeys. Yay.
Yeah. Pull requests.
We got doohickeys. Or senders. They're senders. And we now have ICE and DTLS separated, and it was the working group separated.
Give you a high five. Only for flights over 5 hours. Right around that time. Time to reconsider that. And if we can get agreement on this. Oh, and Yanavar and I, other slight improvements that can be made. We're going to do this because how we get agreement on this. Once there is agreement, then people want to propose slight improvements to it. That's okay. Because then if anyone says no, we have agreement. That's right, and that's fine. It's just this. No, I completely reject the entire thing. Stop this. There's some interesting improvements that I think are possible with this.
But again, I said, let's just not do any of that. I know some people want to rename it. Let's just leave it out. Right now, we're going to make this one change. And we can all live with it. May not like it. It may not be ideal. We can all live. Then we'll go incrementally from there only as long as we can get it. The ones who care most strongly are Randall Jessup is the only one who sometimes expresses right from my but again, with all this group here, with this group of people, so we'll see. I don't believe it until it happens, but this is closer. Yeah. You know, we keep number of trying to get more and more agreement. Past a certain point, it's more hard.
How many times have you like, oh, this is gonna totally work out, then you actually try it, so it's not good. Oh, yeah. Yes, so the He needs to learn what it is. So it was also okay, right? And he's like, kind of like well-known. And someone's already going through it. And so yesterday we had was management tip. Management tip of announcing that something people are done all the shipping is going to As you should announce it's already done.
Yes, we'll do that anyway.
I'm just saying we can have that discussion in 30 minutes. Me, Eric, and I can faster.
So, Ecker, it's your turn. No, you have 3 more minutes, or 1 more minute. Yeah, how time flies. I figure what we should do is to tell you to start talking, and everything you can say before the rest of the people pay attention is accepted. Yeah. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, all my clocks say that we have now reached 5 minutes to the hour. We are going to cut the session a little bit short. It was originally scheduled for 1 hour. I think we can give you 45 minutes that we have 50 minutes to the exciting topic that called schedule.
I'm happy to be short.
Okay, so just don't do it by talking faster.
Oh, yeah, I was going to omit every third word. It's obviously not going to be me.
Because we could claim that the last person to sit down is the scribe. That should get them running. We still need a scribe.
I'll be up later.
Adam, can you scribe for this session? Okay, the die exchange method work. You're on.
Okay. If someone can bring up, yeah. If someone can bring up my slides, that'd be great. As they say, you know, I wasn't even supposed to be here today. Okay. I'm EKR. I'm not in the room, so you don't see me. Next slide. So, whoa, this is too loud. So, I'm operating, I was asked to take a look at the area handling situation. I'm attempting to operate under the following general principles. These first two are stated in the draft, namely programming areas get exceptions and everything else gets callbacks, or as it turns out, events. I assume that WebIDL does some type checking, by which I mean that if you inadvertently pass, an array to something that's supposed to be a DOM string, that, we do not need to synthesize an error for that, because WebIDL has its own error of whatever questionable or non-questionable value that is. So I don't think that's controversial. I think this may be controversial, which is there are a bunch of places in the spec where if you do stupid things, it just sort of fails silently. And as a programmer, I like things not to fail silently, they fail loudly. And so, so everything below, I went through the spec and tried to find everywhere I thought you could do something wrong, which probably I didn't get most of them, and then tried to have some way for it to report back that you screwed up. So if people think that this is wrong and that we should be failing silently all the time, we should argue about that now. Okay then. Next slide. So one of the big problems I see is that the spec is constantly written as in you do X, and then please follow the following algorithm, as a list of steps. And at the very end of the algorithm, it says, oh yeah, if the PC is closed, just don't do anything. This is confusing, and it would really be nice if there were uniform behavior for when you do things that are inappropriate states. And primarily the inappropriate state is, to say, trying to do things after the PC is closed. Martin, did you want to speak? So basically, my proposal is that if the PC is closed and you call any function whatsoever other than close, it immediately generates an invalid state error. That's enough, obviously, for synchronous calls. For asynchronous calls, you can run into a situation where you have the async call because close is synchronous. By the time the thing spins back around again, suddenly the PC is closed. As I say, in many cases, this is written as if the operation actually happens and then it just never fires the callback. I personally would prefer that this generated some sort of error, but I understand people don't want that. So I'm putting that out there in case someone wants to stand up and agree with me and say that no, the error callback should fire or something. But I believe people agree they didn't want to have that happen, so I'm proceeding along that basis. So my proposal is basically that at the point where the queue is trying to drain, and it goes to execute the function, at that point it should just immediately abort and not try to execute it, as opposed to the way it is now.
So, hi, Alvestan. I would prefer to see error callbacks happen on outstanding calls. That's just because I believe that if you call an async function, either success or error should happen sooner or later.
I tend to agree. So right, the way the async calls are modeled as a queue, right?
Yeah.
And so the thing is that at the point in the queue where I believe the algorithm says when you're the first thing in the queue, you're supposed to run it, right? And so what I'm suggesting is a algorithm written there about how you handle a close condition uniformly, and that the first thing you do be to check for the close condition before you do anything else. And then the question becomes what you do under those circumstances.
Yeah, so I think one of the discussions that I had with Nils is actually looked at this quite a lot.
Yeah.
We basically concluded that we wanted close to be asynchronous and be enqueued in the normal fashion.
Okay. Well,
so I don't know. That's not an option that you.
Because I don't. So as I said earlier, when I said I thought people wanted to fail silently, I'm attempting to execute group consensus.
Yeah.
If it were my preference, everything would be asynchronous, and then there would be no issue at synchronous versus asynchronous race conditions, and this problem would go away.
Yeah, I think we should probably consider that, but I think your general guidance on saying anything at the point that it enqueues an action causes invalid state error to be thrown, and at the point that it dequeues an action, causes that action to fail if the PC is subsequently being closed.
And at least the latter you would need regardless, even if close were async, right? Unless you're going to be able to keep a low watermark.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there are various optimizations you can follow,
Right.
but otherwise that's the basic principle that I think we should.
Okay, well, I'm certainly in favor of generating an error whenever you attempt to dequeue something and you're already closed.
Hey, Justin Uberti. So the one thing I don't like about errors, I do like the property that Harold mentioned that any call you make in gets something coming out no matter what. Is that the application may be triggered to report errors or something that occur in these callbacks, or blow up when it gets an error coming out of here. And if there definitely could be cases where just on a normal operation, a hang up signal comes in and it calls .close.
Yep.
When it was trying to do some of this sort of stuff, and that could just lead to the application having to be coded such that it has to check is hanging up every time it gets an error callback and I do weird stuff. So what's the concern with not allowing everything to drive to completion before applying close? Not just queuing it.
Sorry, say again.
What would be the argument against queuing close and letting anything that's pending in the queue already run to completion, and then having close execute, and then anything queued or anything that people try to queue after close has been called blowing up with a valid state?
I think that would be a reasonable. I think that would also be a reasonable thing to do. I just was trying not to re-architect the entire spec here. So if people want close, I think if we're going to say close should be async, should be queued, then everything should be queued, because otherwise, this is the paradigmatic thing which should not be queued. And so I'm fine with queuing it, and if I had to vote, I would vote for it. I'm just saying that if that basically is the same, I think, as saying the entire spec should be asynchronous, in my view.
Hi, Alston. The queue there are a number of callbacks that are intended to be called after something has happened that takes time.
Yes.
And when you say are on the queue, or do you include those or not?
So the way, as I understand the internal logic in the specification, only one of the class of operations which are queued, those operations, only one of those may be outstanding at any given time. And so, if, for instance, you call create offer twice in succession, the second create offer and the first create offer it starts to be in queued and it takes some time and the callback is pending. That second create offer doesn't have any. It's just sitting in some queue until the callback for the first create offer finishes. That's the way Firefox is implemented, and I believe that's what the specification also says.
And that is to me an argument for saying that close should be synchronous, because when you have decided to close, you want to get the hell out of there. You don't want to wait for anything.
And that's the conventional argument that's why I say close is the paradigmatic thing that should be synchronous if anything should be.
So
those are the two arguments in favor of close being synchronous versus asynchronous, as far as I know.
Consider me old-fashioned. Close should be synchronous.
I'll jump in here as well. I think I agree with Harold here, and I think I don't want to go in. On top of that, I don't want to go and re-architect everything and change every application out there.
I'm fine with close causing every pending call to trigger with some shutting down error.
So, okay, so I think is that so people do think we should throw in errors. We don't have to. We could still just drop the things on the floor. That would be. I'm not endorsing. I'm just saying these are orthogonal questions, right?
Do not drop it on the floor. That will mess up a lot of things, such as trying to wrap them in promises and things like that.
Current behavior. The current behavior is that you do not fire the callback. That in many cases you execute the function, but you don't fire the callbacks with the side effects. So if you do say create offer and then you do close in one stanza before allowing it to return to HTML5 stable state, the create offer will never fire a callback. That's the way the specification is written. I'm not saying who the hell knows what Firefox and Chrome actually do.
Yeah, I think the safest thing to do is if you make close synchronous, it acts immediately, it cancels any outstanding action, and then it pumps the queue. which means invalid state, invalid state, invalid state for everything that's outstanding, which
as a failure callback.
The failure callbacks, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
But why? I mean, what doesn't that create a lot of noise? I mean, doesn't the close come from the application and it knows it's ending? I mean, what problem is solved by failing them, I guess?
Well, wouldn't that, for example, help resolve any extant promises and the like, if they're wrapping it in a promise?
That's my thinking, that the promises stuff may not be aware of when close was called, and that would at least allow that stuff to be cleaner. I'm not sure invalid state is exactly the error we want to return, though. In this case, I would almost prefer to have something indicating that
Canceled.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm certainly satisfied with some canceled error or some or operation canceled or some such nonsense. I mean, maybe someone can tell me what the hell these things are supposed to be called.
Canceled sounds good.
Okay.
Canceled error.
Right. That to be an error. So I also suggest just as a convenient that close should fail silently. If you try to close repeatedly, we've already seen code where like that threw an error and it made people sad.
I think it just succeeds.
It succeeds silently.
Yes.
Okay. So I would also like to suggest that
So calling close a second time is automatically successful, is the point.
Yes.
It's already closed, so that just works.
Okay. I would also like to suggest that that the editors re-architect this section of the spec so that like instead of repeating the same confusing stuff all over the place, that this is written in one place, and then we fix the step-by-step algorithms that always say check for closed, like so they don't do that anymore.
As I have described, if we just change the definition of enqueuing a task and dequeuing a task, then I think that
will solve this problem.
That will solve the problem.
But we'll have to edit the rest of it too, where it has all the spurious now spurious.
Oh yeah, just cut all the crap out of it at that point. Does that work for the editors? I mean,
I was just going to say, sorry. I just heard about 5 things there that we need to do, all which seem like good ideas. Agree with, but are we capturing these correctly? I think it might work out better just to open bugs for all of these and put them in the minutes, or make sure that we have enough in the minutes to make action items to create the bugs or something.
That's satisfactory to me. Are we not recording this? Is that the issue?
I'm not listening to it.
Oh, fair enough. I feel so strongly about it, I might have to.
I'm quite sympathetic to what Fluffy just said.
So by the way, this text is almost correct too. I mean, like we more or less ended up going with this. It's not quite right, but it's close. Maybe Martin or Fluffy can transcribe it directly into the IRC without running it through your ears.
I do not. There were several decisions that were made there. Close in development.
So,
there were several in a row. Maybe you need to.
Sure, I can recap, but I think I can recap the situation. First, close multiple calls to close succeed, right? That is, it's not an error to call close repeatedly. Number one. Number two, once close is. Do you need me to recap them, Martin? Do you remember? Okay, Martin. We're going to assume Martin has it. He thinks he has it. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this actually maybe is somewhat overtaken by events. Justin, I don't think I was listening. What happens if you call add track with the same track repeatedly? Do you think now? It's an error? Okay, so when we edit the spec, so I think what needs to be recorded here is when the spec is edited to remove add stream and add track, then it needs to do something. I propose this because I think that's what I got from, I think I got that from somewhere, but I don't care. It should not throw an error, right? I do wonder now that since we well, not wonder. Now that we are at changing add stream to add track, maybe now would be a good time to reconsider the question of whether or not add track should be queued and asynchronous as opposed to being synchronous. I mean, it's really quite bizarre to like have, like say you do create offer and then you do add track. That's not going to have the expected behavior.
So, if we do that, basically all the frobs we're talking about for this other stuff would have to be asynchronous as well.
I think that's right, yeah.
Okay, and then I think we're probably already heading that path with like, Adam's proposed versus current type stuff.
And I guess the observation I'm trying to make here is that it seems like we're changing we're actually changing a bunch of the API knobs anyway, and the major argument seemed to me for not making them asynchronous has always been that we had them synchronous before and it was a pain to make them async. And so, like, now that we're changing the names and you have to fuck with it anyway, maybe it's just as easy.
Well, I mean, I think one of the rationale was expressed before is that if it doesn't affect the queuing, and it's something that there's no clear need to reach way down to the runtime, it's just more application, programmer stuff to deal with of actually having to deal with the asynchronous callback and making sure stuff actually worked.
Okay, but you believe that. So what do you think happens if you call? Say I call create offer say I do a new PC and then I call create offer with no tracks, and then I call add track. What is the expected behavior as if I'd called add track first? Because the add track actually takes effect first.
I see what you're getting at. I mean, I would think conceptually what happens is like create offer snapshots the state or whatever at that point in time. But I understand what you're getting is like that's there's no way to do that.
That's really not what I would expect it to happen.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, right. So I mean that speaks to like add track really needs to queue.
I think that is correct. But I'd like this is actually a pretty big change I'm now proposing. So maybe we should like see if anybody I don't want this to run by people and then like not notice that that this argument is going to extend very rapidly to like having a lot of stuff be async that is either new or changed at this point. So I don't want this to run by people without them like having a chance to complain.
So I think add track needs to be asynchronous if it can't return synchronously, not based on what happened before. I mean, if you call create offer and you immediately call add track, what you should be doing is wait for the callback it's not so interesting what happens. What was interesting is if you call create offer and then wait for the callback and then you call add track.
That's right? Guaranteed.
Yes. So the previous one is kind of undefined behavior. So,
but that's my complaint.
Right.
So, it's actually just not undefined. It's not undefined. In fact, it has to do. It is required to do the thing that you do not want it to do.
Right. So the queue really exists to protect our state, right? So I'm not sure that in order to protect state, I'm not sure we need to require every operation to be asynchronous.
This is Adam Roach. So it's not necessarily that we need to do that to protect the state at that point. We need to do that so that developers don't get confused and angry. There's no point in having this mix of things being synchronous and asynchronous that interact with each other the way that they do. And so it's like as soon as we start queuing these things, we really do want to start queuing everything. So I think that's the approach we really want to take here.
Well, we could also define that it throws an error, or in that case,
what throws an error because there has been some side effect to create offer other than just in queuing it. I mean, that's what you're saying. What you're saying is that kind of thing that there's like create offer 1, which is not queued, and then it queues create offer 2. I mean, that's basically what you're telling me.
Well, hopefully no one writes code like that.
Why would they not write code like that? Of course they will.
I mean, hopefully no functional code will rely on the fact that create offer is queued so you can immediately do the next thing, because you can't, because you need, in reality, you need the result from create offer, which you'll only get in the callback. So everyone's really forced to do it the right way already. It's only if you do it.
I'm confused.
For add stream, probably not.
So you don't need the output of create offer to add a stream. Those are connected only in the other direction, if at all. I wanted to talk about the issue that's on the slide.
Sorry, the issue that's on the slide?
Yeah.
Well, we can do that too, but that seems like the easy one.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
I should say add track. I wrote this before Justin's proposal had universal acclaim.
Right. And
but it's the same problem.
We're
so
actually talking about Justin's proposal and
right.
trying to modify it on the fly.
Well, so one question is like, what ways can AdStream fail besides, it already being added? I mean, the question is, do we have to have the asynchronous success and failure callbacks, or could we just either throw an exception or nothing? Because then, like, we could still have a queue, but there just wouldn't be any like failure semantic or anything associated with it.
Well, so I've always assumed AdStream could fail if, so I guess the question is, so you think that, so you don't think AdStream will fail? You don't think AdStream will fail, for instance, if sorry, it's coming in a second. You don't think it will fail if you try to ask for 85, 264 encoders and you only have one, right? That's
a set and local
description. That's a local
failure, yeah, right.
Okay. Right. So I'm just actually looking at this. I'm just looking at the at this API. So the following functions are synchronous. Update ICE, which we just added like 30 minutes ago, basically.
Well, we just throw away. You mean?
We got rid of update ICE.
It's now set configuration.
Oh, awesome. So that's brand new. So we can do anything we want there.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's no point in that queuing.
Right. I guess the argument I was about to offer was basically that if you look at like the subroutine calls which we have, method calls we have, which actually like anybody depends on their behavior, like that we didn't just change, we didn't like just add or just change. Like there's like only about one that like anybody actually depends on being synchronous, which is to say close. Maybe I guess maybe get local streams and get remote streams. Like
the getters are the ones that I think I'd be most sad about if they became asynchronous.
I would be okay with having them be synchronous. So now we're like now. In fact, I think they have to be, right?
Yeah. So Adam's comment was it's only add track and close that are synchronous now, and the proposal here is to make add track.
So here's what is synchronous: update ICE, which we just got rid of, get configuration, get local streams, get remote streams, get stream by ID, add stream, which we're about to remove, and remove stream, which we're about to remove, and close. And so frankly, it wouldn't be any kind of breaking change to say everything has to be asynchronous that changes state.
So just to be clear, remove stream is being removed, but it's being replaced with remove track. It's not a breaking. It's not an issue for breaking change, but like if we're going to do the change to add stream, then we'd have the same change.
Right. I thought you said you wanted to get rid of remove track and.
No, I want to get rid of on remove.
Oh, okay.
On remove stream.
Oh, okay. My mistake.
But I think that with regards to add track and remove track, the issue we're trying to consider is, well, what happens if you call those things while a asynchronous operation is pending?
Yep.
And if we just say, well, those things just queue, I think that might be okay. I'm not sure we even need to have success and failure callbacks.
I see. What your point is, well, so what happens if you try to add the same track twice?
It throws.
But it can't because the queue stops that, right? I mean, now we're at the point where we're splitting into two pieces with a precondition to postcondition.
I think to respond to the actual question you have on the slide, I think you add it twice, you get it added.
Well, I will point out that would solve Justin's problem.
What's that?
If you did that, then you wouldn't. If you agreed that add track could never fail, then you could have a queue, and you would never have to worry about success or failure callbacks.
Correct, and that is I think a good property. You just add it, and if you weren't sure that it was there, you could add it again, and if it was already there, then that'd have no effect.
Okay. And then remove is similar.
And then remove would be the same. If it's not there, then it's not there.
Oh, that would neatly solve this problem.
Idempotence means you can just bang at it as many times as you like.
So, though, I thought I heard someone say something when I mentioned set configuration didn't need to be async, and now I'm having second thoughts about that if you call update, create offer to update ICE, and you've changed your or set local description to, you're gonna do ICE restart and you've changed your configuration, is there a race condition between calling set configuration and actually the set local description?
That's why I want it to be async, so I don't think about the problem.
Yeah, okay. Yuck, but okay.
So people,
Adam Roach. So just before we leave this, and I'm not arguing to make it synchronous, but just so that everyone is on the same page, no one wakes up, realizes this, and gets freaked out about it. This does mean that you'll do like an add track and then get tracks, and it won't be in there right away. Because get tracks is sync, and add tracks will be async, and we're all good with that. Okay.
okay, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. It's not my favorite, but I'm okay with it.
I mean, we can even call that out. Just say that, if you call add track during the time when an async operation is outstanding, it will not be reflected immediately in get tracks or get senders.
So does this mean that if I want to add a lot of tracks, I need to do add track and wait for the
No,
successful?
no, you just call, and it happens.
All right.
That's true for the whole API, by the way.
This is the time we would have needed those promises or futures or
Well,
whatever.
no, you actually don't really. You actually don't really want to spin the event loop repeatedly like that.
That's right, and this is a good point here. There's a lot of programming models where you have an asynchronous enqueuing operation, and that isn't necessary at the point that there's nothing outstanding. You just do it right now.
Right.
And I think that's what we're saying here is if there is an outstanding operation, it's enqueued. Otherwise, you just go ahead and do it immediately. So if you did add track, get tracks would actually return all of those tracks that you just put in. In the same thread of execution, you haven't hit steady state or anything. It just bang, 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 it's all done. And the reason that you need to enqueue is if there is an outstanding operation that, like a create offer or a set local description or something like that, that's actually going off and doing some work. You don't want to change what those operations have to work with underneath them while they're working with it. Otherwise, you end up with indeterminate states.
Well, so are you? I'm sorry, Martin. Are you saying that are you saying that add track should run that add track should run things, well, more generally, things that do not require, things that require queuing but have no callbacks,
yes,
should run immediately, not wait for a stable state.
Correct.
If they're called. I mean, I can live with that. I mean, it's perfectly understandable, right?
Yeah, and I think in most cases what people will be doing is running those operations when there is nothing outstanding.
So that seems like a nice compromise. That seems like it'll have. I mean, it's a little hard to specify, but it's not that hard to specify, and it seems like it will lead to the program being surprised as little as possible.
Just a quick question on that. I think specifying that in the spec will cause people to rely on it, which I think will cause them to do behavior that exactly breaks in the cases when it did get queued or something. It might, I mean, I'm perfectly fine with implementations do that, but it might be better not to specify that implementations must do that. Right. That's all I'm saying.
I'm okay with that too. So I mean, you realize what people actually don't read the specification. They look at like what Chrome and Firefox do. So. I mean,
no, they cut and paste code
what Justin and I will
from
have to do is
Stack Overflow.
Sometimes we'll have to do it immediately. It's not like randomize it, right?
Okay. Well, what I said was I'm fine with if implementations do exactly what Martin had described, but I'd rather not have the specs say that implementations must do that, because I think it'll lead to people writing code that relies on it in a very unsafe way, and I don't see any need for us to mandate that implementations have to do that. And okay, so yeah, the thing rolling back 3 layers. So Martin's point was that there are some cases where there's an outstanding operation, so you can't do the add. You have to wait till it's later in the queue. So in some cases that are sort of rare, you will end up needing to queue the add. But there are other cases where there's nothing already in the queue, and you call add queue 10 times in a row, and they can be executed immediately without anything asynchronously really happening. Even though it looked like an asynchronous call, it will get executed. So if you do 10 add queues, 10 adds, and then a get, you'll see all 10 most of the time. But if there was something in the queue before you did all 10 ads and then instantly did a get, there will be nothing in the gets. So that's the thing we're talking about. Does that make sense?
But that is very strange. I mean, so depending on if there's something in the queue, my ad track call will behave differently. I mean, that's extremely strange. I mean,
Well, I think if you write good code, you will never have anything queued. If you write bad code, you will have things queued. So that's what I tried to say earlier, is that so it will be, if we're adding all these callbacks just because of the queue, we're adding extra callbacks because of bad code, and I hope we won't do that. So, but it sounds like we're agreeing now that if it can be done synchronously, so you can add, add track can be done right away, you can read the track back right away, and that should satisfy everyone that writes good code. Good.
The problem is the ship has sailed on the code already. You know, I mean, we were talking about polyfilling the stuff for ad track and ad stream, and if all of a sudden the code that calls that, if it's possible to call ad track, after create offer, now we're disallowing that, and people are gonna be sad. And that
I honestly have no idea what Firefox does if you do that. Do you know what Chrome does?
Yeah. And one more thing to think about. So now ad track returns an object too.
Yes.
The sender. And so I don't know if that affects the fact of, well, what happens if it's queued? What the object you get back, what state is that in? Is it kind of in a disconnected state? Where
that's an argument for a callback.
Do we return the object via the callback, or
that? What else would you expect?
I mean, well, maybe it wouldn't become active. I don't know. I mean, but yeah.
I mean, that's how Get Intermediate works, right?
Well,
that's not.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, first I want to say the remedy here, the callbacks sound worse than the disease. So, I think even if we're not going to add now might be a good time to add promises. If we're not, we could at least use maybe promises as a measuring stick for how it would have worked then. And if this was done with promises, then you would do a promise for create offer, and then you would do in the then function, you would proceed and do your next step in your sequence. If you write bad code, you might not do that. But
so I want to push back. This notion you seem to have that issuing all the things in sequence is bad code is just wrong. I realize it's your opinion, but I don't agree with it. So every time you're going to say it from now on, I'm going to agree with you, because I think it's totally reasonable programming paradigm.
Well, yeah, I think for ad track maybe there might be cases, but what is the problem with maybe I don't know enough here, but if calling ad track right after while a create offer is pending is bad because
it has the counterintuitive effect that track is applied to the offer that you are now waiting for. And now, I think it's quite plausible Firefox and Chrome do not in fact behave this way, but the specification says you have to. Oh, do we? Are we that dumb?
No, we're that compliant.
Awesome.
Chrome's behavior is that it'll ignore any tracks that are added post create offer.
Well, I'm going to file a bug on that in 2 minutes.
Oh, right. But I think the point is that if the operation is happening asynchronously, there's no point to know exactly when does the snapshot occur of here are the tracks that exist. And so
Oh, okay. Sorry. This is Adam. So doesn't create offer or some similar method, when it's called, actually take a snapshot of, okay, these are the tracks in the queue, and then go and do something with them? It can't listen.
Where does it say one ought to do that?
I don't know.
I do not believe it says you one ought to do that.
I mean, that feels, I mean, we haven't explored it yet, but it feels like that, if we did that, that might actually be less bad than some of the other things we're talking about.
Just a chair interruption. This feels like a rat hole.
Sure.
And I suggest that we raise an issue that we note that we have to raise an issue with whether ad track is sync or async, and go on.
I'm happy to defer this question. No, not for very long.
No.
But through the next hour at least. Okay. So Martin, you wanted to push back on. Oh, Martin's gone. So I guess we do what we want. Okay. Well, I thought we had agreement on this point, but Martin doesn't seem to agree, so I don't know. I guess let's hold off on it and see if he wants to come back. Next slide. Okay, so if you try, so this is a similar issue. If you try to send on a data channel which is closed, the algorithm actually tells you to increment the buffered amount value and then abort. That's probably not what we want. And I suggest that if you try to do that, I suggest that, like as before, if you try to do something that is invalid, we don't create any side effects. We just throw an error right away. Does anybody think this is crazy? The new thing, not the old thing.
Sounds good to me.
Probably you. Yeah. Okay, next slide.
Wait a minute there. Yeah. So.
Slide number 5. Just say yes.
So we should throw when trying to send on a closed pair connection. Closed. Sorry, closed.
Okay. Next. So I have no idea what happens if you try to create an RTC DCMF sender on like a video track. Probably that's not like, does that like, have someone like holding up notes or I don't know, but like I guess it's, or like, a Fourier transform, but I'm guessing that's probably wrong. I'm kind of sure people do. I suspect that we probably can insert DTMF, whatever that does, equal false. But I suggest that we throw an exception instead.
In the olden days, when audio tracks and video tracks were different types, it was only defined on the audio track. So I think invalid parameter is perfectly valid.
Okay. Or sign language. Okay. Next. Okay. You can also intentionally, I don't know how can insert DTMF gets to be false, because I couldn't quite figure that out. But if it is false, you can, it appears to be the case that you just silently ignore it if someone tries to insert DTMF. That also seems bad. I suppose that once again, we generate an invalid state error telling you not to do that.
The way you get to have it be false when you thought it should be true is when the other side says, hey, this DTMF codec, I never heard of that one.
Ah, okay, good. So in that case, I suggest that there's an error.
Invalid state error. Okay.
Awesome. Next. Oh yeah. Kieran points out that you can currently that the text doesn't say what happens if you insert DTMF with totally bogus values, like I don't know, ridiculous intertone intervals, stuff like that. I suggest we generate an invalid parameter exception, which is like what normal people do under these circumstances. All right. Next.
The reason it was suggested to just ignore the bogus stuff, it was apparently that people wanted to paste in a whole telephone number with parentheses and everything, and just beep the valid parts.
Oh, quite so. So I'm sorry. I'm not suggesting that we don't ignore bogus strings in the DTMF string. I'm suggesting we ignore bogus parameters in the integral and integral configuration parameters that go with it.
Okay, that one works.
Next slide.
Edgar, can you say it again? You didn't.
Yes, I'm suggesting that if you look at insert GTMF, it has the second two arguments are optional long duration, optional long intertone gap, and I suggest that, for instance, if I ask for a negative duration, or a negative intertone gap, or like some insanely long duration intertone gap, then probably the right thing to do is to throw an error. I'm not suggesting that you should be able to shove any crap you want into the DOM string tones, and the algorithm explicitly tells you how to process and what to ignore.
What is it doing right now? Isn't it, if you're adding a duration that's too long, isn't it kind of clamping it to a valid value?
I am not sure. The duration cannot be more than 6,000 seconds or less than 40 milliseconds. The default duration is 100 milliseconds for each tone. 6,000 milliseconds, right? I don't, in fact, see, maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see where it tells you to do what they're saying.
We should probably make this an unsigned long instead of a long, and maybe have it clamped or something so that. No, it's not, at least not in what I've seen.
Well, I mean, so I don't know how to do that. I mean, I don't know how to do this in WebIDL. If there's a WebIDL way to do this that doesn't involve runtime checking, so much the better. But my claim is that like the out of range value should be programmer errors and it should be flagged somehow. If someone has a better way to do it than what I just suggested, please, like by all means, pull request, right?
Yeah, can someone else scribe, because I feel I can't be involved in this discussion the way I want to, with trying to scribe at the same time. Okay, thank you.
So I guess is the upshot that there's some WebIDL way to do this that we should use? Okay, so I guess I will expect the spectator to do something and do something appropriate. I was just a straw man, so.
I created a bug for it and added Dom's comment, and the bug will go from there.
Great, thank you. Section 4.6.2.1 has at least 2 errors which don't appear to do anything. Don't appear to recognize any role to the spec, even if you make this uppercase, which I think I just typoed. I suggest we remove these, and if we find we need them later, we put them back. I don't believe this can possibly occur since we're no longer using constraints here. So I believe this is just a no-op, and I don't know what the heck this is supposed to be. Probably, I don't know. It's not there, so I suggest we take these out unless someone wants them. Okay, next. Oh, no, more. Yes. So we have this RTC SDP error thing, which is defined, but it's never used. The implication, I believe, is that this is what is passed to the error callbacks of set remote and local descriptions. And because it contains both, it's got like a type of RTC SDP error, and it's got a line number to indicate where the SDP is messed up. So I think this is just an editorial problem, but I want to make sure everybody thought this is right. I'd also like to note that this currently does not specify what went wrong. It just says what line number is bogus. And I'm wondering if unless I misread the specification, but I didn't see anywhere for you to put a freeform message saying like, don't give me C lines that contain only asterisks or something.
It was intended to be a subtype of RTC, whatever the name currently is error, which has a message.
I see. Maybe I just screwed this up then. Okay, so it's right now a subclass of DOM error, which does not have a message, only has a name.
Yep. Yes, the DOM array we want to inherit from has the message. The DOM error situation is so confusing. We don't want to reference DOM error.
Okay, so can someone produce someone who understands this problem produce a set of guidance for how all the errors ought to be phrased? And
we copy from the constraint from media capture.
Sounds just a cut and paste error then, of some kind. Go on.
I was going to say, if people, so the one thing is we were just talking, what Harold's talking about is the carrier data, and maybe it's messed up. I think we can fix that. That's easy. The more important thing though would be a little bit of advice saying, when does this error happen, and what information might you expect to happen?
I have more material coming.
Oh, great. Okay.
I mean, it may not be satisfactory, but I have more material.
So accepted. Go on.
Okay, next. Right. So, maybe I've just gotten crazy, but oh, Allies Kennedy is queued, so that's fine. And we've already dealt with this, so I think we're good here. Next slide. I don't know how I noticed it wasn't queued. Right. Okay. So I think this was put out by Kieran too. That apparently it's pretty clear that apparently we're not quite done. It probably doesn't make sense. So if we RTCP SDP error, as you just saw, contains a line number and apparently a freeform description and then an indication error, right? But because we're just getting a line number, that's not telling us anything useful about an ICE candidate, because ICE candidate has no line numbers, it only has one line number. And what it doesn't tell us, and we also have three values. We have the MID and the invalid M-line index. So I just took what the text kind of implied and basically extended it. So I suggest we have basically invalid candidate, invalid MID, and invalid M-line index, and then they have a freeform test description thing. What's wrong with them? At least invalid candidate should. The rest probably should as well, right? And since it sounds like we're inheriting from something that has a test description, that problem will just handle itself.
It seems like it might still be useful to have the line number where it occurred in the message as well.
But there are no lines. It's just a one A line.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
I'm certainly not against line numbers. I'm surprised actually. I'm surprised we had line number. We didn't have like character offset, so you could do a little caret, you know, like clang. Okay, so if people are happy with this, like, let's move on. Okay. Right. So after talking with Justin and thinking about it a little bit, it appears that basically Justin appears to believe that create offer and create answer can never fail, except for this time when they've been overtaken by events of the queue. But we'll ignore that because everything feels the same way. So if we believe that's true, then all we need is internal error basically. Josh and I talked about this privately, and the conclusion was you can call create offer and create answer in any state whatsoever, and so there's no state exceptions. Modulo it's closed, if you believe that the resource reservations happen on set local and set remote, then then you can't have that kind of error. On the other hand, if you believe the resource reservations happen in create offer, then you can get an error where there's not enough coders or something like that, right? So I mean, the relevant question is what can happen here. Other than like the errors, other than the things that everything can happen, namely internal error or I'm in the wrong, or I'm like in closed state. So Colin, I think you're going to want to argue at this point that that we need a like resource and use error or something. What happens when you have two streams and you only have one hardware codec? I don't know. Maybe you're not going to want to argue that, but I want to make sure you have a chance to.
I think there may be a way to sort of slice this such that it can work, but the resource reservation in between when the create offer happens and when its callback ends, if you do the set local in that space, the resource is guaranteed to be there, right? So I think that's the part we'd all agree on. That's unarguable.
The spec
right?
says that.
Right. And I would say that in my mind, that means that actually the resource reservation has to happen in create offer, but can be instantly freed at the end of the callback. But the resource reservation did happen in create offer. And maybe you've got a different way of thinking about how to implement this, but I can't see how that doesn't happen.
Let me rephrase that differently. If your claim is that anything that came out of create offer ought to be passable to set local and modulo, alpha arrays or or stuff like that should work, then it must be the case that you must have that the number of hardware coders that is going to be needed when you do set local must be available when you do create offer.
Right. When that's my definition of a resource reservation is I
deliberately tried to not use those words, right?
Right. But it seems, let's say you got a create offer and you absolutely knew there was no way that you possibly had the resources to do this. What happens? I mean, I'm not.
Well, I guess we
need to get an error.
I guess my claim is these three invariants are in conflict, right? Either create offer can fail because you don't have enough resources, or set local to advance, or set local can fail even though create offer succeeded. or until one of those two things must be false, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I'm not hung up on which one of the, something needs to fail somewhere, okay? And I'm flexible about where it is, but what have we got?
So my suggestion is that since if we're saying you can dink with the description before you pass it to set and local, at least for some permitted things, then the unpermitted things have to fail, and so that would be the place you could emit errors. And since set remote is already going to have a whole bunch of failures, fire out of it, having the failures come from set and local is a nice sort of symmetry.
So there's certainly no question that set local can fail, and especially if you screw with, as you say, if you screw with SDP. I think the only question is whether, and so you're saying that there's no guarantee that stuff coming out of create offer actually will work if you set local with it.
I mean, yeah, the resource stuff. Well, what would you do? I guess would be the question. If you can deal with the create offer failing by changing something and doing it again, then maybe that speaks to that we have to have it on create offer than on set and local. But we could do the same thing on set and local. If set and local fails with resources, not insufficient resources, you could then go and remove a stream or a track or whatever, and then redo the whole sort of process.
Right. I mean, certainly, I want it to fail on that track. So once we're at the point where we're not doing that, I have to admit, I don't see a lot of difference between these two.
I mean, since there's the coupling between like the reservation and the callback, I think we could get away with that and have all the errors come out of set and local.
So the Haraldstrand, the original, the discussion where we ended up with this, resources are available until the next stable state, was intended to say, not if you check that you have the resources, you are guaranteed that nobody steals those resources for some value of guarantee before the next stable state. I think it's reasonable to say that create offer can fail with can't do this, or this might be resource unavailable or something. Resource unavailable sounds like a good thing to add, and then we can just take anything else for future consideration.
Just thinking about this now, I agree with Harold, and the reason why is that I think failures in set and local or set remote will typically be fatal failures. That they could be things way down in the subsystem, and like you may or may not be able to continue.
Fair enough.
In create offer, like the failure there, you might be able to continue by removing something or something else. So if we treat that differently, then like it can be actually programmatically dealt with. So that's an argument for me to do
Okay.
Harold's proposal.
Do we want to have any kind of machine readable indicator of what went wrong other than resources unavailable? Like for instance, the MST that it couldn't, like first MST it couldn't do. I have the same sort of reaction you're making, but I just want to make sure.
I sort of feel like we have to see this happen in practice before we can really understand exactly what we need about applications.
Certainly we could add this later.
Yeah, that works for me, that we have an error fairly generic, and later when we learn what we need to learn.
So it sounds like the task here is to clean this up, but it's not DOM error, right? It's whatever mumble number error, and then we have a bunch of errors. We have internal error, we have invalid state, and then we have some newly invented resource unavailable error that someone has to invent. I don't think we have one. Okay.
Did that make the minutes?
Great.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Good job.
Okay. Next slide. But stop me whenever you need me to stop, by the way, Harold. I'm not keeping track of time. Okay, so here's where things get a little fancy schmancier. So SLD and SRD can fail like lots of ways. Currently we have these two errors. We have invalid session description error, namely like something is wrong with the SDP, like I don't know, your C line consistent entirely with the letter Z. And then we have incompatible session description error, which says basically, I couldn't apply the SDP, like I couldn't negotiate, basically, right? I suspect we need to add, as I say, everything needs invalid state error. We need invalid pure identity error. Martin will point that out at some point, because there's a way to say basically you can have a mismatch between the media streams and what set remote gave you, even before you validate the identity. And then the other one I think we may need to add is like what happens if someone feeds in if someone screws the SDP, it's valid SDP, but it's messed up. So for instance, you change the S credentials. What error should be thrown there? I mean, we can reuse one of the existing ones, but you know, maybe not. So, people have thoughts about that? Just is it invalid? Okay. Can anything else go wrong here I haven't thought of? I spent a while thinking about this, but doesn't mean I've missed some stuff. And it isn't covered one of these general rubrics.
This is Adam. Invalid state error, for example, set local description answer. What does that mean?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, so we have invalid state error. Like certainly you can have invalid state error because you tried to call it in close, right? That would actually be an exception. But yeah, this is a second character. So say you did say you create the pure connection and you do set local description with an answer. Like that's not like a valid state transition. You can set LD if you can't go from new to have local answer. Like that's not from stable to have local answer is not a valid state transition. So we have to throw something there, and I just picked invalid state error, but I'm happy to have anything else too.
That's fine. I mean, I think that when you think about where you're going to generate the errors running down the code, right? There's some that are parsing the SDP, like whether your SDP is valid or not.
Right, which is this.
Right, and then way farther down, you're going to have ones where the SDP was all perfectly fine, but it semantically didn't make sense for what you're doing. Like for example, your offer has 10 M lines and you got an answer with 20 M lines.
I would have said it this.
Incompatible. Okay, sure.
I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't parse it more finely, but that's what I was assuming that's what these were. Like I was assuming this couldn't parse as SDP and that this was SDP but didn't make it semantically invalid. That's what I was assuming. Like, do you want to cut it more finely? I'm not objecting to that.
No, I think we usually err towards cutting this stuff too finely. It's just going to be an error in the
end.
So
that's kind of my take on it too. I mean, the only time these need to be, I mean, these basically like it's not really useful to discriminate these anyway. I mean, there's nothing different to do with them. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, if anybody, I mean, I think this is enough to start with. We can modify the text to have these errors, and if someone wants to invent some more, we can invent some more.
So the last error, what's the difference between that and the first one?
So, well, I mean, it may not be different. I mean, the same error occurring in multiple cases, right? So, I mean, arguably this could be incompatible, but that's not.
No, I mean, if you have an SDP, the very first error.
Oh, okay.
Something is wrong with it.
Right. So
you get the line number.
I guess
on the bottom one,
right.
Isn't it the same?
Oh yeah. So right. So my point is that let's try to think about set remote versus set local, right? There are SDPs that should be valid if passed in via set remote that are not valid if passed via set local because even though they're syntactically valid and semantically valid, because they violate some rule about how you're allowed to transform the SDP. So my point is, if someone does an invalid transformation of the SDP, should that report the same error as one of these two, or should it report some new error called "don't mess with the SDP over here, idiot"? And so I was basically saying that if you make an invalid change to the SDP, that otherwise would be valid, but is not valid because the transformation is unpermissible, that we just throw invalid session description. But I'm happy to have another error that says, bogus SDP change would be fine with me too.
Just a comment. I really don't see why do we need invalid session description and incompatible session description. At the end of the day, either syntactically or semantically, the SDP was wrong. We could have just had one and just explain what the reason it was wrong for.
Well, so I think I have two arguments for this. I mean, so first of all, it's the way the text currently is. But I mean, certainly we could trim it. I do think the difference in I can't parse this, and this is semantically like semantically meaningless, like is useful to the programmer. Now, I mean, you could say the free-form text could just ambiguate those things.
So the difference in my mind is that invalid session description error says I have to look at my SDP generation code.
Yeah.
Incompatible session description error means I messed up my state machine.
Yep, that's my impression as well.
I'm sure there will be cases where we have problems classifying them.
I'm also guessing that incompatible may not be recoverable, whereas syntax errors would, I think, always be recoverable.
That's true too. I think that like we haven't talked about what the state things are left in, but I would imagine that I would certainly imagine that syntax errors would be recoverable.
Right. So what happens if you have like a subsystem failure or something while you're applying the remote description? Is that?
I assume that's internal error, which I didn't list here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm assuming everything can return internal error, and that means like, you know, I am screwed and all bets are off. And malloc failed, right?
Ryan, what's the canonical example for incompatible?
Too many M lines. Like you offer one, he offers two.
Got it.
And also with a different V number than the offer.
Yeah. Any of it. I just try to pick an example that I thought was the most obvious. Okay. So this, I think, like.
The spec currently says about incompatible session description error. If rollback was not necessary or was completed successfully, let error type be incompatible session description error.
Right.
But for
that
for
matches,
the one,
I think.
The first one under also add invalid state, we currently throw invalid session description error for that. It says if the content of the RTC session description argument is
right, that's true.
Invalid or the type is wrong for the current.
That seems like not like a very attractive set of properties. I mean, we could do that, but that doesn't seem great to me. I'd rather have a real error for that, especially a real error for that. But, and if people like feel strongly about it, I also don't care that much, right? I'm tempted to actually leave this to editor discretion, and like the editors like clean this, like yes. Like take this discussion on board and clean this up if they feel appropriate. Like, Jonathan,
I can live with that.
Oh yeah. So my question is, are there questions where we feel like correctly written code would want to handle any of these errors differently, or is this all for debugging your code is broken?
I don't believe anything here other than invalid pure identity error can be plausible. I mean, can have any plausible direct recovery path.
In which case, I would say, you know, debugging information should be something useful to debuggers and doesn't need to be at this level of granularity. I'd say everything that's your code is broken, please go fix it, should be, you know, distinguished only in the human readable text.
But in some cases, the other side's code is broken.
Can we distinguish your code is broken from the other side's code is broken, or is that just not something that can be done in the browser?
I mean, as usual, sometimes, right? I mean, if you call anything that's set local, any set local is your code is broken. Some set remotes or other people's code is broken, and some set remotes are your code is broken.
Okay. Well, I mean, my inclination would be have fewer errors and, you know, leave the debugging stuff to debuggers.
I still maintain we should leave this to editors to apply some taste. Because I don't think, I mean, frankly, I mean, as you say, none of these things are really material. It's like, you know, the worst case scenario. In the worst case scenario, imagine we just had error, right? And then, you know, and then we discovered, well, really nice to programmatically distinguish error X from error Y. We just add new error values later.
So we're nearing the end of time. How many more slides?
I think 4, 5.
Okay, let's run.
Great. Next slide. Okay, so actually the rest of this is all dedicated to the concept of spontaneous errors. So it's like everything we're talking about so far is like I do something and then it doesn't work and like I get reported why. But like other things can happen like as you're just going along that like maybe you want to know about. And there's been a bunch of talk about this, and Josh and I talked about this before the break actually, and we came up with not quite as satisfied as we were hoping. But anyway, so you can have like a turn error. So for instance, you try to connect to you try to connect to a turn server, it doesn't work. You might have a DTLS connection error, and then you can have like internal errors, like I don't know, like like suddenly I lose access to the hardware coder, and like I can't do anything at all, right? Or yeah, exactly right. And so these aren't tied to any API call, and some of them are like something went wrong, but the system isn't hosed, and some of them like the system is hosed, right? That is, say, like if I get a turn, if I have 4 turn servers and one of them doesn't connect, which is really quite a common case, that's an error, but it's not an unrecoverable error as long as I get some turn server. Or in fact, maybe if I get no turn servers, it's still recoverable. On the other hand, if you get a DTLS handshake failure, you're just screwed, and like the thing can't work. So there's been a bunch of discussion on doing something about this. Next slide. And everybody comes up with the same thing, namely, you know, we have like a dot on error thing, and it throws some typed object, and I guess now we could just like, now that I realize there was another thing, I could have just used that instead. And there's like some dot name properties, machine readable, and there's an explanation which is freeform, and individual errors might subclass this. So say you had a turn error, you might also add the URL of the turn server that didn't work. And the idea is that some of these at least should be processable with the application in some meaningful way, and some of them are just like, well, sorry about that, right? As I say, I mean, we could nitpick the details. I'm not fixated on these at all, but actually I want to step forward one slide, if I can. Right. So like, this first point is like, how do we distinguish fatal from non-fatal? That is to say, like a turn error, like I say, isn't fatal. So like the connection might continue to work. But on the other hand, details connection is fatal. So Justin and I talked about was basically the state needs to change first, which means you probably get a state change callback, and then the error gets thrown, and the event handler can interrogate it and look at the state. So I mean, I think if we're going to do this, this is probably the way to do it. One more slide. But the real question is it enough of these to even make this worth doing? So like after like a bunch of conversations, Justin and I came up with the following 3 categories, which is not really very impressive. And so I think the question is there enough of these to design a general facility to service this need? We're kind of hoping to get 3 or 4, and we kind of got 2 and like a half. So like if people can come up with like a bunch of these, then I think it's really worth working this problem and trying to build something good. If we only have like 1 or 2, then like we just call it internal error, print out an explanation, call it a day.
Do you, I mean, the camera got unplugged and now I no longer have that media stream isn't one of these errors, right? We already have
I don't
those.
think it is.
Okay.
I think that's something totally different.
And I mean,
yeah, this is where I went through that one.
I mean, this is looking a lot like we just need to carefully look at how we deal with, you know, what goes on the thing formerly known as doohickeys for transport errors and ICE errors and whatever, right? I mean,
that's a credible
we just
argument.
need a specific callback for those that you can set if you care about catching these errors. I mean,
that's part of why I didn't want to flesh this out any further, because I wasn't sure if that's what we really wanted.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's a network, excellent one. I mean, I think we definitely need to be able to catch and deal with these to make really good programs. This is the type of stuff that just drives me nuts right now. It works well in demos, but doesn't work well in productions. But part of it is not having enough control surfaces to attach to, and we're getting a bunch of new control surfaces that's going to make this easier. So I want to see us do something on here. I don't have a proposal right now for exactly what we should do, though.
So suggestions?
Sounds like the suggestion is to put on the doohickeys. Is that what I'm hearing?
Turn and DTLS should attach the doohickeys. Internal error fatal internal error should, we might just say that on state change is the error reporting mechanism. If it goes to close for surprising reasons, bang.
Yeah, I can live with that. Whoa.
DTLS needs to be on the DTLS transport, but turn I think needs to be global. Like it's gathering. Like you fail to gather a specific thing from a turn server, and I don't think that's really attached to a ICE transport. So that sort of speaks to the need for like perhaps a specific on ICE. The proposal I made earlier on the list, on ICE gather error.
So I don't know. It's not exactly global. You mean it's attached to the peer connection, right? If you had 2 peer connections with different turn servers, it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Just clear. Right. We're on the same page. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I think we should add those.
Okay.
I mean,
that works for me.
So let's have someone detail the. Justin's got the proposal for one. Let's get the proposals for the rest and add them so we have these.
Good, because I want to sit down.
I can add this into my pull request for the DTLS transport.
All right, I'm sitting down.
Sorry, I have one other question about the turn errors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So there's both the case that the attempt to get a turn to establish the turn relay failed. Then there's separately the case where the turn relay, which you've already established, has subsequently failed. Like a refresh came back rejected or whatever. Are those the same, different?
Yeah, those would be different, and that's an interesting question. I mean, I would think that if it's not actually material to the session, it's not really an issue. And if it is material to the session, it'll result in an ICE state change, ICE connection state change to disconnected. I have to think about that more. Right now, they're scoped to gathering, and you would not expect to get the on ICE gather error after the gathering state has gone to completed.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously a refresh could fail or timeout or whatever because the turn server's crashed. So.
Well, the people who are trying to keep 2 live connections so they can do a make before break on handoff, if by material you mean it's the one you're currently using for media, sometimes you're interested in knowing about one that you weren't currently using for media failing. And I don't care if it's hard to get that. Maybe you have to grovel around in stats or God only knows what. But
Well, I think we have 2 things, and just indicated here that your active connection went down and you want to know why, or you were gathering stuff and it might not even be critical for the session, but you expected to gather, X candidates and you got X minus Y candidates, and you want to know why those Y candidates failed. This is a very common request that we get, and just servicing more information there. So, what I think we have is turn or just standard turn gathering errors, which are not necessarily fatal. DTLS, connection went down. Here's why, and possibly ICE went down. Some reason for why you went to the ICE disconnected or failed state, which could be eventually turn related, and that just needs a little bit more baking to understand the exact shape of that, or what that would be.
Okay, are we finished? Echo left the stage. Yep. Okay. So we have good reasons to have some general facility. We now have 20 minutes left for the last hour of the agenda, which is quite good. And if we look at the agenda again, you just have to refresh because I added yet another document. Meetings, yeah. Sorry. More scrolling, more fun. That one. So we have been. So the chairs of this working group are very well known for their astuteness in planning and keeping to exact dates. So we're doing it again because we need to have some idea of where we are and what we expect to do and when. So here's the current state of our imagination. Next slide. Yeah.
That is the your imagination. That plan is flawless.
Okay, next slide. Let's try another one. Yeah, that's the way to make people pay attention. So we're making a couple of assumptions, some of which are undoubtedly false. We're making the assumption that we have no major pieces missing. That is after we have added doohickeys, we stop adding stuff. That's the first sign of optimism. That's the doohickeys. We assume that the get user media draft is relatively stable and will go to WRTC last call at the end of June. That's a second big optimism. We expect that the IETF protocols are stable and that the IETF will be done in something like Q3 so that we can refer to their documents. It doesn't have to be that way. No, I'm hoping for a WTC last call at the end of June, as I said.
How long do you need for the right there? That means it's to start in like.
Well, apparently the working group last call concept has disappeared from the process documentation. We now have to have a working group consensus to send it for working group last call for WTC last call. Yep.
Trying to work backwards here.
Yep.
I see where we're going.
Yeah. But that's the other one. We'll return to that before lunch tomorrow. Okay. So then next slide with due comments on the minute. And if those assumptions are true, or at least not grotesquely false, it's reasonable to say that our next item of work is to, sorry for wandering around by the way, to issue an integrated version that includes the RTC RTP sender receiver, which has stats as a separate document, which I'm going to suggest tomorrow. So, and we might get that stuff done sometime like mid-June. And then I propose that we issue a working group last call for bugs. We did that for Get Use Media for the second time, and it seems to have been working fairly well. And then we resolve all the bugs. I said, okay, let's give it 2 months for that process. Oh, there's summer in the middle. Let's give it 3 months. So the target for having resolved the bugs are then mid-September. And we should then try to see if we have working group consensus for a WTC last call, which is end of September. Well, that means probably October 1st. So that is the result of trying to make up a work plan that says nothing is going to go wrong.
Possibly go wrong.
No. Or nothing drastic goes wrong. So the important stuff is that, to the working group, is that if you want to if you see something drastic that you want changed in the spec, you have to go here. That is, do it in May. Don't do it in June. If you have what?
Like 10 days.
Yeah. And if you have, if you're an editor, we expect a great deal of work from you until June. Yeah. Just to get everything in place, and we expect lots of pull requests from Ecker. And then we expect a hell of a lot of spec reading over the summer. And then we expect a lot of headaches. So the important, so we expect that the earliest we can expect the working group, the WTC last call for this is end of Q3, which probably means Q4. So is anyone saying that I'm too pessimistic? Okay. Now open the comments for what the people think is likely to go most strong.
Most strong?
Or has the highest likelihood of causing delay, apart from the editors being on crack.
So I'm optimistic about this in certain ways, but the some things we should be aware of, and maybe people have different opinions about whether they need to be completed in the same time frame or not. The trickle ice document at ITF is not, it has ways to go, right? This FEC stuff, we definitely need to get somebody's attention sort of focused on writing that, because we don't even have like an individual contributor doc. When I look out at our sort of dependency graph, I think almost everything we need is now a working group document on the IETF side, which is a good sign. Those come to mind as some of the ones that we need to have moving along at the same time. I don't see any. There's no showstoppers in those that make them inconsistent with this schedule. Okay, but they're ones that just, if they keep proceeding at their current velocity, they don't make this schedule. But they could easily make this schedule if they wanted. I guess what I'm trying to say.
So I think that one of the tasks that we would like the WTC, the IETF chairs to be even more diligent on than they have been, is to make that list of dependencies and the list of things that are not being worked on and proceeding at the glacial pace that they have been public, visible, and actionable.
That's a fair request. I will volunteer the three of us to take that on.
I have another mic, so you could keep that one.
Yeah, no, Ted Hardy speaking. So in terms of visible, we can do that. There's no question that we can do that. Actionable is a little bit tougher because we don't control that, and so I'm going to start handing off to people like because unlike certain things which roll only uphill, there are certain things which require escalation. And I think if we're going to get some of this out, we're going to have to escalate some of this. So that some intriguingly pushy things may have to happen in the IETF. Now, you ask what the risks were. That's a real risk, right? We don't succeed at that very often. So one thing you may have to do is consider whether you're willing to make pointers to documents which you believe to be stable, but which have not passed through the entirety of the process.
Dom, what's the reference rule?
So for WCC last call, we can reference whatever we want, basically. So even if you guys aren't quite ready, as long as possible changes or variations will not completely change what our API will need to look like. That's like the reference start to become problematic once you reach. Can't remember off the top of my head if it's CR or PR, but that's still some way off. So.
Okay, that's useful information. Thank you.
Yeah, the reference rule in WCC has changed recently, but basically when we go to Rex, the director will assess whether the references that we have are expected to be stable enough. And it's not a hard set rule either, that can be negotiation. But anyway, I certainly expect that between when we reach CR and we have to build a test suite and so on, you guys will have all the time you want to finish your stuff. So.
Well, so it's also the case that the IETF does have a process for making normative references to documents which are not yet at an equivalent standardization level. And we can take advantage of that for things which are mostly stable and where the critical pieces are not expected to change, but where you may get document updates for clarity or something like that. So it's something that we will need to track as chairs on exactly what state we believe these to be in. Now, until they pass through the IASG, there's always the risk that there may be requests for normative change, but obviously those would be pushed back on pretty heavily if there were normative dependencies from another SDO on those specs.
Yeah, and if there were normative changes to the protocol that actually don't affect the API, I mean, at the end of the day.
So I mean, being recorded, so I won't say what I was going to say, but let me just hand it to Sean so he cannot say what I was not going to say.
Hi, this is Sean Turner. In recent history, we've published drafts where we had normative dependencies on each other, and it worked out. So basically, we both kind of like go together at the same time. If there's ever a downref issue, the only people that are going to object are probably going to be in this room or listening to this recording, or in the thing in the IRC room. If they don't object, it's going to work out.
Yeah,
as long as we're all going forward, it's gonna work.
I'm not too worried either. I mean, we need to be. I mean, having clarity and visibility is good, but you know,
So,
I'm sure we'll work this out.
Word of warning: this is not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end. A lot of people have a tradition in the WTC of saying, we don't have to worry about those people. We'll correct all the errors at last call. Which means we will get a lot of friendly advice on how to fix our problems, real or perceived, at WTC last call time. We also have a duty to build up a test suite that allows us to verify that browsers actually follow the specification and keep that suite up to date as we fix the errors of our ways that have been pointed out to us.
Yeah,
So,
last call is essentially first public review. It's just, that's the way it ends up being treated.
Yep. So expect a lot of work in Q4.
So I mean, the one feature that we get requested, but the very most is the screen share thing. And I'd like to just request that somewhere before we finalize this plan, we do spend some time, not necessarily now, to talk about adding that or how to deal with that before we finalize these documents.
Okay. It's been clearly controversial and clearly needs to be written with care for all the security reasons. And I have a strong desire to put that off into a separate document, which actually might go along at the same time, but because it's also shorter. But try to keep it not as a dependency.
So we have a proposal for how to do this from MT and Cullen, which was written in consultation with some of the people at Firefox. So I think, this is probably our number one most requested feature. I suspect is Chrome's most number one most requested feature. So second behind Mission Recorder, right? So I would like to resolve this. I don't care if it gets resolved, with GUM or 10 seconds after we finish, but we want to put this in. I mean, let me put it this way: it's already in Chrome. We want to put it in Firefox. It'd be great. It'd be great if we could get to the point where we have an agreement about the interface at least, even if we're sort of dancing a little bit on the security stuff.
So I think when Martin sent that proposal, Harald commented that we should put it in a separate document, and Martin was okay with that, and no one else objected. And a separate document doesn't mean it has to finalize afterwards. It's just a way to split out the work a bit.
I don't care about the document. I'm just saying, it's a high priority item.
Yeah.
At least to get the API nailed down, so that we can start to get.
So if someone can take on the task of actually converting the proposal into respec, then we can put it up and say, and ask the W3C leadership to allow the working group to adopt this, or first public, whatever. It's a process step that says that is roughly equivalent to IETF working group adoption.
I think that means the chairs have to nominate an editor for that new document.
Do what?
The chairs have to nominate an editor for that document. Okay, then, yeah, then we can go through the transition request.
One reason that we have two chairs is that we remember twice as much.
What sort of timeline can that happen on?
That depends on the editor, actually.
I guess I'm mostly asking the process questions, not the time to.
It's a matter of weeks.
Okay.
From draft to approval, I've seen it go in weeks, perhaps even days. Okay. So the only thing remaining on the agenda is make it so. And the last 2 minutes of today's meeting will be devoted to say, I hope we can make it so. And to saying thank you everyone, and IETF meets again at 8:30. Media capture will meet for an hour or so, given what depending on what RTC Web leaves us, tomorrow before lunch, and then WebRTC meets again after lunch, according to our usual schedule. The end of procedures tomorrow is 4:30, not 5:30, and it will be a sharp break. People have planned accordingly, and some people will leave. So all of you who look at the schedule for tomorrow, think about, yeah, I might have to keep this schedule, and like some other ones. Okay, see you tomorrow.
That's why they pay the big bucks.
I think we said that.
Sí.